Hunter Biden, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks, man. Big fan.
I can't believe you're a fan.
Why?
I don't know. It's wild to me that you're a fan. Yeah, man. I'm finding, I pretty much interviewed almost everybody that's on the Trump admin now.
Yeah.
And that kind of, I think people people got maybe the wrong impression of me that I agree with everything that side of the aisle says, and I don't. But we did.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you in trouble. I got the exact opposite impression.
Right on. Yeah. But I don't know. There's just some. You know who else? Elizabeth Warren's team listens to my show a lot. That really, really surprised me.
Okay, so here's why. Is that you're a great listener. And I think that the authentic way in which you listen and respond leads me to believe that that you're just open, like you're open to information, and you're not judging it as it's coming over the transom, unless it's just fucking outrageous, or somebody's being hateful or lying.
Yeah.
Or insincere. And, I was saying to those guys out there, I watch you do I've watched everything, not everything, but I've watched,
a lot of
really
it.
do. I listen to you while I paint, and the thing that always comes across to me with you is that fundamentally you have like a core set of beliefs, of values. And they're the same values I have. I mean, and maybe that's a shock or a surprise, but I was saying to you guys out there, like we all think that, if you're a Republican or Democrat, that we got nothing in common. Mm-hmm. But I will tell you what I was raised with, what I try to, obviously I try and I've failed in many respects. And failed in my addiction and sometimes fail in my sobriety and being the man that I aspire to be. But I care about my family. I care about my friends. I care about my community. I care about my country, and I care about my faith. And I'm, maybe being presumptuous. I think that's what you care about. And I don't mean that as like some saccharine bullshit, but our prescription of how to make all those things better may be different. And those are the things that we used to argue about.
Yeah.
I'd grown up, the majority of my friends were all Republicans, I aspired, my heroes were you guys, the people that served, like my brother, like you, and so anyway, my point is, I don't think, I don't know why you'd be shocked other than by the impression that's been left about me. I don't know.
I think I'm shocked because I'm dealing with this shit, man. You grew up in this, in politics, and
I didn't grow up in this though, Sean.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is it's just, man, it's so fucking politicized now. And so you think that the Republican Democrat, which I don't even fucking know what it means to be a Republican anymore, to be honest with you. I think everything's just so far off base now that I don't even know. I have conservative values, and that's all I can say anymore, but it's just become so divisive that it appears that the decision has already been made for you, to most people, on who you can associate with, who you can watch, who you can take information from, and who you can't. And while I don't, and will never again fall into those fucking lines. I think a lot of people, can't, they can't see past it. And some things have happened to me too, since I've been in this game of fucking podcasting and started diving into politics. And, what I've realized is that, whatever the mainstream media determines the narrative is going to be about you, that's what it's going to be. Whether it has
Tell me about it, brother.
Exactly, right? But I mean, I am not a MAGA cultist. I don't agree with everything that that comes out of that, whatever political movement. In fact, as time moves on, I agree with less and less of it. But, but if you look at the mainstream media, the first thing they put in front of my fucking name every single fucking time is MAGA influencer, MAGA podcaster, MAGA podcaster, Sean Ryan. It's like, where do you come up with this shit?
Yeah.
But so anyways.
Well, maybe I missed some interviews.
That's why
I start getting nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you've missed much.
No, I haven't. I've watched you.
Wear my heart on my sleeve.
I have serious disagreements with people that have been really, really, I think, objectively like cruel to me. Like Tucker's been objectively cruel to me, and I know that you're friends with Tucker. I used to know Tucker. I wasn't friends with Tucker. But I think that we're all we should all have a common enemy. And the truth of the matter is, it's not any politician or federal government worker. Who's benefiting right now? Who? Whether the Democrats are in control of Congress or whether the Republicans are, who ultimately seems to be benefiting?
Well, I can tell you who's not benefiting.
Not normal people.
Yeah.
Not regular guys, not the guys you served with, not the guys that I went to high school with, not the, nobody that I know. The people that are benefited are the people that seem to have always some way avoid the consequences and win. And that's, the 0.1%. And it's not even the 1% anymore. I mean, it's like literally and I'm not saying, all billionaires are evil. I'm not saying that. I promise you. But I am saying that from my vantage point, we are all the victims of the algorithms that they have caged us in. Every one of us. And we are why are we all so mad at each other? I don't understand. This bad politics never used to be like this. It didn't be like, I'll tell you why. Where's the phone? Like, you pick up your phone, man. And then people are incentivized. People that we used to trust are incredibly incentivized in a very perverse way to make me hate you, to label you, Sean. You're a vet, special ops. You have a inside view of that. You have conservative values. And so therefore, at one point or another, you supported, some of the things that Donald Trump was saying and, and the people that surrounded him. And so therefore, you know what you are? You're my fucking enemy. You're my enemy. I shouldn't be sitting here.
Yep.
You know what I mean? The one thing I've come to the conclusion of, because my own experience, it's such a bunch of bullshit. Such a bunch of bullshit. I wish people would just wake up.
I know, man.
Wake up, man. Remember your neighbor. Remember your neighbor, who, by the way, may have voted for Donald Trump, but didn't vote for this. Didn't vote for this. Now, I could have told him. Maybe. Do you know what I mean? But I saw one of your shows where you talked about, like, some days it feels like we're really on the verge of real violence. Not this, what do they call it, stochastic violence? Not these kind of, the seemingly endless violence that we witness as it relates to what just happened to Rob Reiner, to his son, or what happened to Charlie Kirk, or what happened to the students at Brown University, or what happened to people celebrating Hanukkah on Bondi Beach, and by the way, that was all except for Charlie Kirk, within the past day. But beyond that violence, I saw you talking to somebody about it. Like, are we going to be picking up guns?
Well, what you're referring to is, you see all this talk about revolution, Civil War, all this type of shit. And I mean, if you think about, how would you destroy the United States of America? I mean, I don't think that you destroy it by kinetic war. I don't think you nuke it. I don't think you send in troops. I don't think you do a naval battle. You divide them because, there are more guns in this country. And I'm a gun owner and I'm a fucking pro 2A guy. Don't ever try to take my damn guns. But,
okay.
There are so many here that if there was an adversary that was successful in dividing us, so much so that it actually ended up in kinetic war, nobody could come in. You can't even send a country to come in here to aid because there are so many fucking guns. And I spent 14 years in Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, all over the Middle East. They don't have half the damn guns that we have in this country. And that places, there are places there that you're fucking dead if you go outside. And maybe you're dead if you don't go outside. Yeah. And this here would be way worse.
Oh, 100%.
Way worse than that. If when the desperation sets in, people start getting hungry, cold, they need warm clothes, they need food, they need water, they need medication. Like when the system fucking breaks down, this will be the most dangerous place in the entire world.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And so, that's why I asked the question, who's benefiting? And one thing I know that who's benefiting from what's happening in our country right now is the immediate answer to that is our adversaries, our most obvious adversaries, Russians, Chinese, and a cadre of other actors that I think sometimes pretend that they're our allies, but would just as well see us burn. And then who else is benefiting? The only people that are doing better and have consistently amassed wealth to a degree that has never been seen before in human history are the oligarch class of the Elon Musks and the Peter Thiels and and a whole host of other people. And I'm not just picking them out, and Jeff Bezos and so there's a very, very, very finite, infinitesimal in terms of numbers of people that are benefiting to a degree that we've never witnessed before, except one other time, which was in the turn of the century, in like the 1900s, early 1900s, late 1800s, and with the Gilded Age and J.D. Rockefeller and the Standard Oil and that period of time. And I think to myself, well, what's the solution right now? I think first thing is the realization that, there's no savior coming. There's no Christ character of some political bent that is going to come and, fix everything, and going to allow people to begin to talk to each other across the fence and, across the dinner table in any, near future we have. But if the problem can't be solved politically, then how's it going to be solved? because it ain't getting any better. And if you have, if these people that I watch on your shows, and I'm a armchair expert like everybody else on AI, but if you just listen to the people that are actually building these things, what is it? They think that there's a 20 to 30% chance that super intelligence could cause a mass extinction event, and they think that we're going to reach AGI in the next 3 years, and that AGI basically means that we're going to have anywhere from 70 to 90% unemployment, and and so at a time in which we're, as a human race, making an evolutionary step that is never, that supersedes every other evolutionary step that's ever occurred before, what is the most important thing that we could have? Leadership. And what do we have? We have utter and complete chaos right now. And at least from my perspective. And I don't, so I think, well, what can we do? Well, I listen to you. I listen to you talk to people that I don't necessarily in any obvious way agree with. Some, by the way, who have been really cruel to me personally. But I listen and try to figure out, is there any way that we can see eye to eye? Because we all need to wake up, man. Because what's the alternative? What's the alternative other than the
what we just talked
dystopic
about?
Vision that you just talked about?
Well, I think the unfortunate thing, Hunter, is a lot of people are hoping for that to happen, but they've never lived in that. So they don't know really what that's going to be like. And I don't even know what the fuck that's going to be.
There's a lot of tough guys out there.
But
a lot of tough guys that think that they, they think that they, because they own some of the guns that you've shot in places where they will never have been, including myself. Let me give you an example. And I know that we're not the one thing I promised myself that I wouldn't do is I think people are so sick. Like, who gives a shit what Hunter Biden thinks about politics right now? But I can tell you just I can only talk about it from my personal experience and being witness to it in a very intimate way, and being a victim of it in some ways, and not a victim of it. That's a pretty lame way to say it. Being trapped by it, caged by it in many ways, not by any choice of my own. The president just put out that tweet, okay, or whatever they call it, about Rob Reiner, okay? And there's somebody trying to break down
I don't know what the fuck that was.
They're storming the gates. They know I'm in here. They're going to rip you off air. Yeah. Well, anyway, the president put out that True Social thing, and everybody's like, God, it's just such horrible taste, and it's beneath the president. And, he basically blaming Rob Reiner's murder and his wife Michelle's murder on the fact that he is of Trump derangement syndrome. Everybody says, it just like, has he lost his mind? Does he have, dementia and this and that? And, I think he knows exactly what he's doing. And what he's doing is this, what he's always done, is he's giving people permission structure. Rob Reiner died violently because he opposed me. And I wish his family well, rest in peace. That's what he's saying. And in so doing, I think what he's basically saying is, you know what? Stand in my way, and this is what happens. And So 90% of people, I really believe 90% of people, even his supporters, 90% of his supporters goes like, oh, why did you say that? That's so cruel. 10%, what they hear is he got what he deserved. And I see him do that over and over again. And it really worries me. And by the way, I'm not saying that there aren't people on the left that do the same goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, it turns my stomach then.
Yeah,
I
it
think
really
the difference
is.
is the president. President has a responsibility. I think the most important responsibility of a president is not the, other than, the question of, the deployment of force, is the tone that he sets for the country. More than any law, more than anything. It's just the tone that he sets.
I'm with you. I mean, it does, though. It comes from, it's not just him. I mean, with the Charlie Kirk stuff and with the, other assassination attempt on him and Butler, which actually they shut down the investigation on that for whatever reason. I don't know why you wouldn't want to know who tried to fucking kill you, but whatever, right? Nothing to see here. But, I mean, when you have a political party that's continuously saying you're a Nazi, a fascist, Nazi, he's like Hitler, you know what I mean? And then you got assassination attempts all over the fucking country. And
I know, but
like
Sean,
I said at the
I'm
beginning.
not. Look, I don't want to get into like the argument over and I really mean it. But like, I hear you, I hear what you're saying. But part of me also says you don't want to be called a fascist. Don't act like a fascist. And what I mean by fascism is this: is deputizing a largest federal police force in history to go on America's streets masked without warrants and drag pregnant women out of their cars in the snow and kneel on their backs, of sending people to prisons, death camps in El Salvador with no due process. I promise you that I believe this with all my heart, is that you and I don't have any distance between us in what we think about immigrants and immigration. How many immigrants do you serve with?
How many what?
Immigrants did you serve with?
Quite a few.
Quite a few. Amazing people, right? How about in your personal life? How many people around here or that are in this community that you're in, or when you were growing up, that are from immigrants? By the way, that may have bent the rules to be able to get in here, and they shouldn't have. And they should probably leave if they did. But I don't think that we have any disagreement that one of the things that makes this country an incredible country is immigration.
Yeah.
30% of every new business in the United States annually is started by an immigrant. 35% of the Fortune 100 CEOs in the United States of America, top 100 companies in America,
Wow.
are immigrants.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I don't think, I guess I shouldn't, I can't even fucking say, I don't think anybody, for myself, with the immigration thing, I think for me, the issue with the immigration stuff is how it's prioritized. So I'll give you an example. I know we need immigrants. I mean, we're building a studio, ice rolls through town. We couldn't get anybody to fucking work to finish building this out. And this is about 3 months old. But point being, I mean, we have to have them. We have to have them. They are the worker base now. It just is
Also,
what the
the
fuck it
engine to
is.
our economy.
But what I will say is, when it comes to the prioritization, the stuff that I'm talking about, I mean, I think for me specifically, I got no problem with immigration, and I think what's going on right now is also a fucking disaster. I think that before we go in and deport every single person that's come here, I think we need to fix the system the system on how you get in. It's fucked up. People can't get in. Good people can't get in. You know what I mean? But what's happened from my perspective, what I see is, you look, Hunter, we got all these guys coming home and women, from Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, 20 fucking plus years of war, right? Most of these people can't even get help in the VA. Can't even fucking get that. You know what I mean? Everybody knows there's a veteran suicide epidemic. It's 22 a day. It's been going on for more than a decade.
Yep.
We have a major suicide epidemic going on with veterans. We have a major addiction problem going on with veterans, PTSD, traumatic brain injury. I mean, you name it. Our people that spent 20 plus fucking years protecting this country can't get the help they need. But if you flip on the news, all you see is free hotels for immigrants in New York.
But Sean,
free health care.
Sean,
free this,
I don't
free
disagree
that.
with
It's
you,
like,
but
fuck, man. Like we that's real pain fighting for this fucking country.
I got
you know what I mean?
I got it. If that's the dichotomy that you're presented with, okay. But again, I'll say this. You know what? That's your algorithm, man. Okay? Because here's the deal. Is that no one that I know of, okay, that would say that they're a Democrat. I don't even know if I'm a Democrat anymore. I don't know if I'm a part of any political, because it's just like, pox on all your houses, in my opinion. But not that you shouldn't engage in the political process. It's like, I'm just talking about the parties. I think it's like imperative that we don't give up on politics as a solution. We got to. Because what's the alternative? I mean, truly, if the politics and process aren't a solution to our problems, that the only solution to is who wins. In a zero-sum game, who wins? Guns. And that violence that you talked about. But if you think that, and I don't want to make all this about political, I know that the people that you brought through here really, really care about the issues that you just talked about. I care about them. I know my dad did. I know 100% he did, about veterans, about what's happening at the VA, about the addiction problem, about the suicide rate among veterans. I'm absolutely certain that he did. And so that's why he did the PACT Act. That's why he did a whole host of other things as it relates to veterans. But I'm not going to, I don't want to get into my dad's policy prescriptions, because then everybody just turns off.
Yeah.
But I can say this, is that nobody right now is in any way making even remotely a credible argument that if we stop giving immigrants free hotel rooms, then we'd be able to prioritize veterans instead. Like, what a bunch of bullshit. Like, of course that's what you prioritize.
Yeah.
Of course that's what you do. And not only that, is that, okay, let's agree with this. The system is fucking broken. Completely broken. So let's get together and do a bipartisan legislation as it relates to it. And let's get the most conservative senator in the United States, one of the most conservative senators in the United States Senate, to come up with a plan that his caucus will accept and that he can sell to the Democrats. And let's create a piece of legislation that a sitting president will sign into law, that will at least begin to address some of these problems, some of the inequities on both sides that are occurring. And what do we do? James Inhofe did that. Republican Party in the United States Senate did that. They got an agreement with the Republicans in Congress and the House side that they would vote for the legislation. And then Donald Trump stepped in 6 months before the election and told them that he was going to primary every single one of them that voted for that. Because we're addicted to the problem. And the people, when you say you turn on the TV and what you see is a sea of disinformation, some of it real, about the bullshit, over abundance of resources that immigrants are taking out of the United States. And what do I see when I turn on my TV or open up my phone? I see the exact opposite. And so we're both addicted to the problem. And nobody's talking about the solution. And there's not somebody in politics right now that is, I think there are some people, but I don't think that we should expect somebody to come in and save us.
I don't either. I'll be honest with you, I fucking have given up.
Yeah.
Like
But here's my problem. My problem is, and I guess this goes to the reason why when you said you're surprised that I listen, I'm surprised that I'm not surprised. I understand where you're coming from on that. Don't you think I want to?
Sorry?
I said, don't you think I want to figure out a solution to the immigration issue?
I think a lot of people do.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Don't you think Gavin Newsom wants to figure out? Now, I assume that anybody that's running for president, if they could fix the immigration issue, would try to fix the immigration issue. Right? Because we need immigration. We need a vibrant immigration. But we don't want immigrants that are coming here illegally, draining us of resources, and also and being prioritized above people that are actual literal heroes that are coming home, or that are still recovering from 20 years of endless war, or anybody else in our society, right? But everybody's talking past each other.
Hey everybody, I want to talk to you about Rocket Money. Managing your finances takes time. Canceling old subscriptions, tracking expenses, and sticking to a budget. Luckily, Rocket Money does the heavy lifting for you, automatically finding you ways to save and simplifying the process. Less stress, more free time, and a clearer path towards financial freedom, all in one app. When I first signed up, I was shocked. Rocket Money showed me subscriptions I had totally forgotten about, like 2 old streaming trials that were auto-renewing. They helped me see all of them in one place, and I was able to get those unnecessary charges cut immediately. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They don't just find the forgotten stuff, though. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. That means they'll talk to customer service, so you don't have to. Bottom line, Rocket Money has saved users over $2.5 billion, including over $880 million in canceled subscriptions alone. Their members save up to $740 a year. It's making a real difference in my budget, and it can in yours too. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/SRS today. That's rocketmoney.com/SRS. rocketmoney.com/SRS. I mean, when you talk about nobody's coming to save us, there is no Christ-like figure coming, but then you also say we can't totally abandon politics as a way to fix the problem. I think that's what you said.
I know, and I realized that it is a oxymoronical, I guess, right? So but I'm trying to figure it out, and the only thing that I can think of is conversations like this, and not that I'm in any way important, but I really, really think that some people that have skin in the game, whether by any virtue of what they're doing in terms of their professional life or their political aspirations, or that have been thrust into it, whether they chose to or not, have an obligation to say, I find that I have more in common. I'm positive that I have more in common with Sean Ryan, who's considered by whoever incorrectly as a MAGA influencer than I do than I don't have in common with them.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think that
I think I just fucked you over. I think there's a chance on the edit that you're going to want to take that part out. But no, but I'm being serious. Is it?
I think we all have a lot more in common with each other than we don't.
Yeah.
And so I'm 100% with you on that. And but you got to have a conversation to find out the answer, and people aren't doing that. So,
No.
But well, Hunter, I want to do a life expose on you, and starting from birth all the way to now, and obviously there'll be some tough questions, but I think we will hit every array of emotions out there. I think we'll get some laughs, some sadness, some happiness, some anger, and I think it's going to make a great interview. So once again, I just want to say thank you for coming. I've really been looking forward to this. So,
Thank you.
but
Me too.
but in other news, if you see my beef with Dan Crenshaw, he's going to sue me, Hunter.
I know
He's
you're
going to
fucked.
sue me.
I'm sorry, buddy.
But so.
I would.
So
I would
you're
try
a
it.
Yale educated attorney.
Yeah.
Can you give us a legal analysis breakdown of the Dan Crenshaw lawsuit against Sean Ryan?
Well, technically, I've been disbarred, so I have to say
I
that.
saw that.
Yeah, I have to say that. It's very technically, meaning I've been disbarred. So, look, to be serious about it, is it, like, what are you even talking about? Like, I've followed this, and it's the same. I don't know whether that these people that are become so high on their own supply think, and the people that like are like the sucker fishes that attach to them, like these lawyers, think that in any way they're sending you a bullshit letter, demand letter, was going to do anything but make you say, fucking try me. I mean, what the hell, man? I mean, look, there's a bunch of things that you could do. Like, number one, it seems to me that you potentially could sue him right now.
Really?
Yes, and that's, for instance, that's what Michael Wolff did with the First Lady, is that she continued to threaten him like they threatened me, and my response to that was, bring it on. Like, you wanna go through a discovery process with me, in which I get to depose you, the president, and every person that you were associated with while you were friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, you want to do that, then I'm willing to do that. I'm going to need a GoFundMe, but you know what I mean? But I'm willing to do that. And I never heard from them again. Okay. And I didn't say anything that Michael Wolff didn't, but they continued to send Michael Wolff letters. And whatever you think about Michael Wolff, is that Michael Wolff basically said, is that threatening someone with a lawsuit that is engaged in protected speech, particularly when who you're speaking about is a sitting United States congressman, which basically you can say whatever the fuck you want about him, no matter what. That's America. You know what I mean? Seriously, is that it's called abusive process, and potentially tortious interference, meaning that he's attempting to interfere with your business. Mm-hmm. So, but if you want to engage him, you could potentially, and I'm not positive, but preemptively sue him for fucking with you, and it seems to me that I saw his response, and I don't know Dan Crenshaw from anything.
I think Dan had a bad night.
He really had a bad night, and I don't get it. Like, what? Like, if you're gonna respond after you made a threat of a lawsuit, then you file the lawsuit. If you truly believe that you want to go through the process of sitting down for a however many day deposition and going through every stock trade that you've made since you became a United States congressman, and the information that you may have received or not received as related to the companies whose stock you're trading, along with what you said to every member of SEAL Team 6 and what they said back to you when you said, I've been talking to, my boys at 6. It's like, I'll tell you what, I don't see how any reasonable person that would receive a text like that would not think, like, are you threatening me?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know anybody that reasonable. And I certainly know that there's not a jury in the world that wouldn't believe that. So the notion that that is unreasonable for you to come to that conclusion, or thought that maybe that's what he was trying to say. And anyway, it's just a number one, you got nothing to worry about, but it may be an opportunity for you also.
That's good to hear.
It's kind of the way that I view these things.
I don't really enjoy legal warfare, but I got to be honest, this one, it's like,
it's horrible.
Let's do the discovery, Dan.
Yeah.
I would love to dive into your financial history as a congressman.
Yeah.
You know what
and
I
it's
think
much
happened?
more, by the way, and it's much broader than that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I had a guy that
He's also like actively threatening to kill people online.
Yeah.
Like he threatened to kill, or he's like, if I ever see Tucker, I'll kill him.
I saw that.
And then he said,
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
No, I know.
So why wouldn't I take, but
I don't know. See, that's the thing that I don't get is, anyway, the broader picture is this license that people think that they have, particularly in Congress, to hide behind the speech and debate clause. Now, the fact of the matter is if he had been smart, he should have gone to the floor of the House, the House of Representatives, and he could have talked about you as much as he wanted to. But the idea that he would send you a private DM with with that kind of like oblique or direct threat, who knows?
his boys at 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, like I don't have any insight into your world. Other than having watched you, having watched the men, I just watched that interview with Jocko and a number of others that you have interviewed, many of which are right at the till of the hunt. But you don't I come away with the impression of this is the one thing that they care about more than anything is the bond that they have that you guys have with each other, and like a code of loyalty that means. And I can't imagine anyone would have been too impressed with somebody saying that publicly or privately to the member, and not just go like, well, that is really weak sauce, man. And I'm reading way too much into anything.
I think. Are you familiar with Polymarket?
Only from listening.
It's like a predictive.
Yeah, I mean, I literally from listening to some of
the prediction market.
Yeah,
they actually did a thing on this. They only give Dan a 9% chance that he actually sues me. So I think, we both battled addiction, right?
Yeah.
I've spent many a nights where I've made shitty decisions and woken up the next morning going, oh, fuck.
By the way,
I think Dan did that 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, by the way, I really do too. And so in that sense, I have a little bit of a, like, maybe somebody in his life.
Yeah.
I
I feel bad for him too. I hope Dan can put the bottle down. I mean, he can't even do international travel right now because he's such a fucking lush.
Oh, is that true?
It's really bad. It's really bad.
No,
he's not allowed. He's not allowed to
how
travel.
Many defamation suits I'm involved in right now. You're sucking me into another one. I can't afford it, man.
No, it's a real thing.
It's a real thing. Okay,
maybe you'll get a letter
Sean
too.
Ryan,
We'll see each other in court.
Know. Exactly. I sued a guy. Okay, Patrick Byrne, the Overstock guy. Okay, he wrote this thing and said that I was the person responsible for releasing the $8 billion in sanctioned Iranian money that was being held by the South Koreans, and I took a 10% fee for doing so. and put it in, bank accounts around the world. And that was the money that was used to fund Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th,
Holy
resulting in the
shit.
death of 1,400 people. You know how many things people have said about me that are like, I mean, on your show, by the way.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I know you are, motherfucker. Yeah, I know. So he says this craziness, okay? And I'm like, I said to one of my lawyers, I was like, just please, can someone help me sue this guy? And anyway, I found somebody to do it on contingency, an incredible lawyer, Dick Arputlian. And we went to, and he said, I'm going to get him and I'm going to go after him. And this is Byrne. He goes on all these shows and he says he has tapes and he has the FBI informant and he has the former DEA agent and he's got the Iranian spy who he's going to bring in. He doesn't even show up to the trial. He refuses to come to the trial.
Are you
He
serious?
fires all his lawyers the day before we're supposed to begin picking a jury. He doesn't produce anything. Okay, he literally doesn't produce anything. A default judgment is filed against him, and but now I'm like 2 years into this. I mean, it's been since.
Are
then.
you serious?
2 years into this, and we still don't have a full thing. And the court is going to decide about punitive damages. And so, in between the time he gets the default judgment and the court is to decide, he goes back on Alex Jones and repeats the entire thing over.
Are you serious?
Over again? Yeah. They just do this stuff with impunity. But the whole reason I tell this story is this: is your instinct is right. It's awful. Litigation sucks. I've been tied up in criminal and civil and in courts, and I got I don't know $14-15 million in debt that I have no idea that how I'm going to be able to pay off. I have millions of dollars in debt that nobody's riding to the rescue for Hunter Biden. My dad, entered the presidency as the poorest man to ever take the office, and he left the presidency not poorest. I mean, which he's fine, but we have no generational wealth. I don't have any, despite what these guys say, there's no billions of dollars buried underneath my dad's house in Delaware. And so what I think these people rely on is they are so, they either have the money and they just hire people to go harass people through the legal process. Like Trump does that a lot. I mean, that's for real. Or they just don't care. And because litigation, even civil litigation like what you're talking about, it just overwhelms your life. Mm-hmm. I mean, the depositions that you have to sit through and to prepare for, and then you got to go through, if you're suing for damages, then you got to sit down with a psychologist of their choice to go through your entire life. And, it puts you in a really uncomfortable position. And then you're dependent upon the idea that your lawyers are going to have, be able to make it through the process, the motions process and the motions practice and 3 years later you wake up and you go, what the fuck did I do this for? And so my suggestion is that I think that you got the response. I think you won already. Okay. And I know that you didn't enter this with the intention of winning anything, is that you were stating a fact based upon your own personal experience, and obviously the personal experience of some of the people in the community that you come from that have a real disdain for this guy, and the way that they were treated by him in his position of authority. And so you speak a truth, what you believe to be a truth, or ask a question that's worthy of asking about anybody that is in a position of power, which is the right of every American to do. And you do that. And his response is to send you a letter from his lawyers to tell you he's talking to his boys at 6, and then to get on and saying, that you're a liar and this and that. And so we'll just let it go now.
And challenge me to an interview?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, Hunter,
Yeah.
I invited him on the fucking show in the original thing. And then after that, he challenges me to an interview. It's like, well, Dan, you didn't really have to challenge me. I know you feel tough doing it. I'm sure you feel real tough doing it in front of your, 6 followers that aren't bashing you right now.
Yeah.
But I already fucking invited you, so you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's my point, is that if he thought that there was a value in him actually sitting down with you, then he can get on a plane like I did, fly his ass into Nashville, and come to the studio and sit down with you, And so I don't think that's going to happen, though, Sean.
We'll see. Man, I fucking hope it does.
I'm just taking bets. We'll have to look at Polymarket after this.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I think they're going to do another one.
Yeah.
I'll bet they do another one.
Well, what we're going to I want to look at is Polymarket right now of whether or not you're going to get canceled after you air this interview with me.
I'll bet the answer's no.
No, I bet you. I hope so.
But all right, Hunter, I want to get into your story. So everybody starts with an introduction. Hunter Biden, son of the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden, and the late Nelia Biden, and the anniversary of her death is tomorrow. That happened
18th, 2 days.
53 years ago.
Yep, that's right.
I'm really sorry, man.
Yeah.
And survived a car accident in 1972 that killed your mother and babysitter. Worked as a lawyer, businessman, lobbyist, and naval officer, a recovering drug addict who's been sober for over 6 years. Like I said earlier, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
You've turned art into a form of therapy and recovery from addiction. Author of the best-selling memoir, Beautiful Things, happily married to Melissa, and you're a father of 5 children. You have lived one of the most scrutinized, polarizing, and chaotic American lives of the last decade. So, once again, welcome to the show. And just a couple of things to crank out. Everybody gets a gift. Got you a couple gifts. So those are Vigilance League gummy bears made here in the USA, up in Michigan, legal in all 50 states. So you're not going to sabotage your sobriety. Yeah. But and then I got just
these. Are these? What's the principal ingredient in these?
It's just sugar.
Just okay.
It's literally just sugar.
Man.
Yeah, I was going to do CBD gummies because I have sleep problems.
Yeah.
And then my marketer was like, "You're going to get sued for catering CBD to kids and gummy bears." And I said, "Fine, we'll just do fucking."
I'm all for sugar, man.
Right on.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I got you something else. And this is. So I know you grew up Catholic. I don't know where you stand today, but that is from one of my friends, a really good friend of mine over at SEAL Team 6, was at SEAL Team 6, and he has since retired, and he calls those the Warrior's Rosary.
I love this. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It means the world to me, for real.
You're welcome. And I carry one of those around with me everywhere for protection. In fact, mine's in my pocket right now. So
thank you. My dad wears one on his wrist.
No kidding.
Brother. Yeah, so he says. Yeah.
Right on, man.
This means a lot to me. I brought you a gift. It's in the other room, but I'll show you at the break.
Perfect.
Amazing
Perfect.
Painting. But I really, really appreciate this. It's really meaningful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And then the last thing before we get into it, I have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account, and it's turned into one hell of a community. And so what do I offer them the opportunity to ask every single guest a question. And this is from Ian Lane. You've spoken openly about addiction, loss, and recovery while living under intense public scrutiny. How do you reconcile taking personal responsibility for your actions while also resisting being reduced to your worst moments?
Yeah. I was talking to some of you guys before we came in here, and one of the things that I was, I think that people would be the most surprised about me is that the past 6 years of my life, since I got clean and sober, those years in which all of this scrutiny, descended upon me. Like, people say, you must be used to this. Your dad's been in politics his whole life. There's nothing that I've ever experienced or I know anybody else that's ever experienced. I mean, I was on I think the cover of the New York Post more times in one year than anybody in the history of the paper going back to like 1780, and none of it was good.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
At one point, the New York Post was publishing like 2.5 articles about me a day
Wow.
for like months long period of time. And again, none of it was good. And then you had Daily Mail, and you had the whole kind of right. Anyway, my point being is this: is that there's scrutiny, and then there's just like complete and utter, like, you know, living in a glass house naked, you know, with the lights on 24/7, and that's what it was like. And so it forced me to make a decision, particularly in early recovery, which was this: when I wake up in the morning, do I want to live or do I want to die? And when you choose to live, it's not that you realize you're making the choice not on your terms, on life's terms. I choose to live on life's terms. Whatever comes my way is I got to make a choice. Because when I say live or die, I mean this, is that I still am absolutely certain that if I touch a drink or a drug, I'm dead. It's a matter of life and death for me. Now, I think that you can relapse, and people have been able to, but I don't think that I can. And so I was given that gift of utter, complete desperation to remain clean and sober. And you've been through it, and that's a beautiful thing to have. And the other thing that it did for me is it forced me on a daily basis to realize how fucking lucky I am. You know, I don't know. I mean, I talk about it in my book, but I was making a decision on a daily basis to kill myself, but it was the coward's way.
How would you have done it?
Well, drinking and drugging to the degree that I was drinking a handle of vodka a day. Mm-hmm. I mean, which is worse than, the amount of crack that I was smoking. The problem with the crack is the positions that you put you in order to get it. That was the most dangerous part about the crack. The most dangerous part to my physical body was alcohol, by far and away, in terms of the way in which it impacts every organ in your body. It's the only drug that you can die from other than benzos for withdrawing from. And so that's what I was doing to myself. And when I accepted the miracle of believing that there's something greater than myself that could help me get clean and sober, I lived in with that realization at the front of my brain every morning that I woke up, and still do. So, despite the perspective that anyone would have from the outside world, understandably, whether you love me or you hate me, I would suggest if you hate me, you don't know me. Get to know me, then you can hate me. Mm-hmm. But regardless, is that it has been the last 6.5 years, despite everything that has gone on, has been the most incredibly difficult but fulfilling a period of my life. Yeah, I feel. I know myself better than I've ever known myself in my whole life now. And I'm still learning. But I feel more comfortable in my skin today than I've ever felt in my skin.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. Man, just, doing the math and thinking about the last 6 years, of what we've been through in this country, and then to think about what you have been through in your first 6 years of sobriety. I mean, holy shit, dude, that is your dad's campaign.
Yeah.
4 years in the White House, and then the first year of the Trump administration. I mean, wow. That's a lot to go through for your first 6 fucking years of sobriety.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it, man. I'm really, I have to say, I know that I haven't handled it all. By no stretch of any imagination, I mean, remotely perfect, to say the least. But I am really proud of at least that.
Good.
I'm proud of my recovery.
Good. Should be.
Yeah.
All right, Hunter, you ready?
I'm ready, man.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Wilmington, Delaware. Wilmington is about 30 minutes outside of Philadelphia, south of Philly. And Delaware is, as everybody knows, a really small state. And when my dad was 29 years old, he ran against a 3-term incumbent senator, a guy named Caleb Boggs, who then became a friend of my dad's after. But that nobody thought that he would win. He was 29. He was too young to be sworn in when he was elected. And it was 1972, and he won by a few thousand votes. And he became the youngest ever elected member of the United States Senate that wasn't appointed, as they were before, like, 1935. And despite the fact that my dad was a United States Senator, Delaware's a really small state. And when my mom and my sister were killed in that accident, my brother and I were in the back seat. And it's amazing. I just got a letter from someone. It said the woman, and I literally just got it. And when I was I just saw it for the first time on the plane. The woman, and I didn't even know this story, that was on, she was an off-duty nurse. And she drove by the scene in which we got struck by a tractor trailer that was coming down a hill on this, like, 4-lane road or 2-lane road. And my mom pulled out into the intersection, I guess. And Bo and I were trapped in the car. And according to this note that I just got, everybody just thought that we were dead. And so we were in the car for an extended period of time. And the nurse came onto the scene. She just was passing by. And she's the one that reached in and gave us the first aid to save our lives.
Whoa.
And I never met her.
And you just got a letter from her?
Yeah, I just got a letter from one of her family's members saying that she just passed away and that she thought that I would want to know. Isn't that amazing?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. It's amazing. And I literally have to only tell this story because that it was a really, really violent and horrific event. My brother ended up in the hospital. Well, both of us ended up in the hospital for an extended period of time. My biggest issue was I had serious brain trauma, and my brother was basically in a body cast for, in traction for a long time.
Shit.
But the amazing part is that the Delaware is a small state. I mean, the state adopted us. Really, like, I have more aunts and uncles that I grew up with. And in that respect, my dad came from a normal middle-class family, and he entered the United States Senate, a normal middle class guy, and I said he made a vow in 1972 because it was right prior to the beginning of Watergate, and he had Spiro Agnew, and he made a pledge that he would never own a stock or a bond, and he hasn't, other than through whatever retirement account that he has with the United States government.
Wow.
And he's just a goddamn mother. Because I have some legal bills that I could use some of the stocks or a bond. But my point is that, despite the fact that my dad was a United States Senator my whole life, Delaware's a really small place. And so, if I got pulled over for speeding, my brother and I on our way to school, it wasn't like, it was like, your dad, Joe's going to kick your asses. You know what I mean? That was kind of the way in which we grew up. Because my dad commuted every day. He decided that my aunt moved into the house, and my uncle built a apartment above a little garage that we had, and he moved in for a period of time. And we spent almost every other day, at least, with my grandparents. So we were raised, and then we got remarried when I was 7, and Bo was 8, and so I had a pretty normal life, and out of that tragedy, I kind of gained a whole kind of extended family that maybe I wouldn't have otherwise. It was a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my relationship with my brother, I literally, I think one way or another, except when he was in Iraq for a year, I talked to him, my brother, at least once a day.
Really?
Yeah. And we were inseparable, and we used to fight and beat the shit out of each other like brothers do. But yeah. He was the closest thing I had in the world.
What kind of stuff were you into as a kid?
Sports.
Sports?
Yeah.
What kind of sports?
Yeah. I played football. But, when I was much younger, I played everything. But then in high school, football. Yeah. But we did everything, you know what I mean? I mean, how old are you?
43.
Yeah, so I'm 55. So you're the tail end of, you're actually, no, you're not. But, we spent our lives outside. From, the rule was when the street lights went on, and you had to come in.
Yeah.
And so we just literally, whether it was, summer, winter, it didn't matter. We spent our entire time outside on BMXs and skateboards and, in the pond behind the house. And, all we did was, shoot BB guns at each other.
Nice.
So, yeah.
What, what's it like growing up in politics and the political
Well, that's
elite?
what I'm trying to say, is that for us, I didn't grow up in D.C.
Yeah.
My dad never had, I never experienced that, D.C. insider. And that's maybe why I have such an amazing disdain for the people that continue to, one of the things that you realize about D.C. and about being a United States Senator, in Congress, is that there are a lot of people that give the true blood, sweat, and tears to become elected, but there's a permanent power class in D.C. I'm not talking about some shadow government, they're identifiable people that go from administration to administration, that go from working for one think tank to another, and my dad was never a part of that. He came home every night. He famously hated to fundraise, and he didn't need to fundraise that much because, we come from a state of, just under 1 million people. And so in many respects, I get a very, very normal life. I went to a little Quaker school, and then I went to St. Edmund's Academy, and I think I got more demerits than anyone in the history, according to somebody I just saw in the history of that school. And I went to the Catholic high school that my dad went to, and then I went to Georgetown. I worked for the Jesuit Volunteer Corps when I got out of school. It's like domestic Peace Corps, you know what I mean? But in terms of growing up in politics, the only thing that I can say is that we had an incredible, we had a rule, which was, it was based out of the accident, is that Bo and I could go with my dad anywhere if we asked. And we also knew enough not to take advantage of it to the degree that it became like to get out of, the math test or something like that. But we did take advantage of it to the degree we went everywhere with my dad. That's what,
Really?
Me, Bo, and my dad, like everywhere. And the rule was, you speak when you're spoken to. And if you're going to sit in a meeting, since we were 5 years old, is you go up and you shake somebody's hand. You say, "Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you, ma'am." And then if you want to stay in the room, then you sit and you sit quietly until you're spoken to, and we love to do that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, so we were with my dad. We went everywhere together, everywhere, and what a gift, I mean, like. And so we would get on a train with him, and we'd go and sit in the cloakroom while he would go out and, on the Senate floor. But then we would leave. So unlike other United States senators and their families or Congress people that move their families to DC and get a, house in Georgetown and go to, St. Albans and, go to all the same restaurants, Bo and I, we're a little shadow of a United States senator, but then we get back on the train and go back to Delaware. And so, in that respect, it was a really unique kind of life, and one that I never didn't have. My dad's so proud.
So you were like really close with your dad.
Oh, he was so proud. The thing he loved to do more than anything is take people. He would literally. We would be walking in the Senate, and he would run into some tourists from Jiminy. I mean, like, it didn't matter what state, and because they'd be like asking somebody how to get somewhere. He'd go, "Come on," and he would take them, to all these corners of the Capitol and show them like the chambers that nobody gets to go in. And if the Senate wasn't in session, he'd take them to the Senate floor and open other senators' desks for them. It would just be some like Republican, tourist from Des Moines or Omaha. I mean, literally. And I love that with my dad. He's so proud. He knew every story of every great person that had come before him, and I got to sit, spent a lot of time with people of names that nobody would remember, but they were kind of like our babysitters to Bo and I, and people that would kind of be shocked in terms of the politics. Almost all of them, not all of them, but a great deal of them, Republicans, very conservative Republicans. I mean, I suggest if you want to read something about the way in which my dad served as a United States Senator, go read his eulogy for Strom Thurmond.
Okay.
And for whoever listening to this, Strom Thurmond, started the Dixiecrat Party because he broke from the Democratic Party based upon their position on civil rights and on the Voting Rights Act. And over a very, very long period of time, Strom Thurmond very much changed, but he led a career that was incredibly divisive as it relates. But my dad was able to work with them, and he was able to work with people like Jesse Helms, and I think that he had more success in terms of bipartisan legislation than any president in modern history. And one of the reasons is because he was trusted by, Mitch McConnell and the people that had worked with him for decades in the Republican Party. But anyway, that was my life. And so it was very, very normal in the respect of Went to Catholic day school and went to a Catholic high school my dad went to. Played football. I got in trouble. I, got in fights, made it through, and not completely unscathed, but, with an incredibly tight-knit, close family. And pretty idyllic childhood combined with this experience that I don't know of anybody that I know of that had, at least during that period of time, as a kid, was able to witness some of the things that Bo and I were able to witness.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was really, really amazing. Yeah.
How was it when? How were you and Jill's relationship? Are you
Very close.
Very close?
Yeah.
How was it when she came into the picture when you were a kid? Sounds like you were about 5.
Yeah, and so my mom, I was just about 3. I was a month or so away from turning 3 when my mom died. And Bo was just before his 4th birthday. Bo and I were a year and a day apart, February 3rd and 4th. And my sister was 13 months younger, and she obviously passed in the accident. And I guess my dad and my mom met like a couple years later, and then I think famously my dad asked my mom to marry him like 5 times before she said yes. And she explains it this way: is that she was so in love with Bo and I, and she loved my dad, but she was so scared that she would, that it was so, and I love that about her, is that, and I don't want to speak for my mom, but she was, but yeah, my mom Bo and I asked her, we literally got our dad by the hand and went into the room, and we said, will you marry us? It was our idea to do it. Yeah.
That's how it...
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's when she finally said yes. With the assist from Bo and I. Yeah.
Do you remember doing that?
I 100% remember.
No kidding.
That. Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And so when people call her my stepmom or refer to, is that she's my mom. I mean, I have Bo and I always referred, because from the age it was mommy, it was mom. And my mom has always been incredibly reverential about my birth mom, my Nelia, and has always given us the space to honor that. And, it's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
I credit all that to my dad too. Being able to thread that needle. I tell you what, he's the best dad I've ever read about, heard about, and I swear to God, I'm not just saying that. Is that, it's not an easy job, and I'm sure he thinks he's made mistakes, but I don't. Anyway, so yeah, that was kind of what it was like growing up. So I got no excuses, Sean.
Right. I gotcha.
So all my fuck ups are my own. Yeah, that's what I've come to the determination of.
Hey, that's a good way to be, right?
Yeah, man.
Extreme ownership.
Well, that was one of the questions, is that I think you said, is the accountability piece of it. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, last 6 years, I know that we'll get to this part because it's the end of or at least the end of the beginning of the story is the pardon. But I think that I paid a price. Definitely paid a price.
Yeah.
Maybe people don't think it's enough, and I don't think they will ever think that it's enough. But I promise you, and maybe you know this too, is that Nobody can hold you accountable more harshly than you hold yourself.
Yeah.
And I've been there, and I'm over it, and I'm done with it, and I'm not going to live in that guilt and shame anymore.
Good for you.
And I am, I'm at peace, and knowing that I'm still trying to figure things out. You know what I mean? I try to do the next right thing, but sometimes I fuck up still. I think less and less, and never because of not trying.
What kind of what are the discussions like at the Biden dinner table nowadays? I mean, do you guys talk about politics? Do you talk about
Can
all
you
this shit?
believe he fucking said that?
Really? It's still, is it, or do you guys totally just
No, we're just like any other
disassociate
family.
from all of
Not
it?
at all. I mean, Jesus Christ. I say to people, you know, I mean, here's the bullshit. And I know maybe we'll get to this at some point, but I don't want to. But I don't want to spend time on it because, like, in defense, my dad got old.
Mm-hmm.
He got old in front of people's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He literally lost a step, like literally lost a physical step. But he didn't lose a step in terms of his capacity and his capability, in terms of his intellectual ability to be the president of the United States. So all this bullshit about, you know, Joe Biden didn't know what was going on and I mean, find one person to go on the record, one person that is actually worked for or worked with Joe Biden. Like, here's my problem with Jake Tapper, okay? Who wrote a book, well, the other guy wrote the book and Jake Tapper slapped his name on it, but wrote a book without one single on-the-record source to say that it was a kind of open secret that Joe Biden was mentally incapacitated. Find one person, Sean. And that's the thing. But what you did see is this. You saw someone become physically less robust and more frail. You saw him, the way that he walked and his shortened gait. You saw his movements become stiffer. You saw a slower speech, and that's called getting old. And it happened, you know. I mean, and I don't know if you have parents, but you know, I was shocked by it. I mean, I don't know. There's one of those other things where I think people just need to use their common sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's unique. Now, here's the thing. Does that mean that he should have stepped aside, shouldn't have stepped aside? You know, the debate was like it blew up the whole thing. It blah 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 blah, all of that stuff. But the fact of the matter is that I'm sitting here having this discussion about, you know, my dad. Are you kidding me? I mean, I've watched the president, current president. I mean, I've literally watched him. We all have. Fall asleep in a press conference that is his in the Oval Office multiple times now. And that's not, you know, and by the way, I don't think he has dementia. And I'm not saying that at all. Mm-hmm. But he's getting old too. And I think that we, you know.
I mean.
How do we even start talking about this? Did I just bring this up?
You just brought it up. So
fuck,
I actually wasn't planning on talking about this.
Gotcha. I knew he would do it.
But I mean, I will say that, you know, and
yeah.
I just, Hunter, I want to be able to speak without offending you, you know, and so I'm going to be blunt. But, you know, I mean, I have seen your dad on air fumble his words and seemingly forget what he's talking about. But I don't think that is, I'm not attacking your dad. I'm not.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of people that have spent way too many years in politics. Yeah. I think Mitch McConnell is one of those people. Yeah. I mean, when you watch Mitch over the past year or two, there's been several examples where he totally blanks out completely.
That's a very different thing, Sean. And
Blanks
by
out.
the way, yeah, no,
And
I
think
completely agree with you.
I think there are a lot of people in government right now, president included,
Yeah.
who are too fucking old to be there.
But so you come from it, and the reason that I'm sitting here is I've heard you say that, and you don't come from it with a cruelty, or a bullshit, or having to make things up, or to say you personally know. Like I've seen some of you guys sit here and say, like, "Oh yeah, everybody knew that he had X, Y, or Z," and it makes you so angry as a son. But I've never heard you say that before, and I can say to you is that I totally, completely can appreciate the position that you have about that. Now, I can go through a series of rationales for why my dad decided to run for a second term. Okay? Number one, he's the only guy that was able to beat Donald Trump. And this is what people, I think, that I sit and I listen to these, these Democratic pundits that have made millions of dollars off of just breathing hot air into a microphone and living off of the fact that they carried Barack Obama's bag. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Or taking credit for, running his campaign like David Axelrod does. Nobody made Barack Obama except Barack Obama. But they sit around and they act as if they know things that other people don't, and they make he should have just he shouldn't have run for a second term. When they know better about the reality of the politics of the presidency, which is this, is that Joe Biden got 81 million votes. He got more votes than anyone that has ever run for president of the United States by 7 million votes, more than anyone that's ever run. He had a higher voter participation rate than any time since 1900. Okay? And he came into the presidency, and in a 2-year period of time, he passed more bipartisan legislation than any president since Lyndon Johnson, since 60 years ago. Okay? He passed the PACT Act and the Chips and Science Act, and just go down the list. He passed the Infrastructure Act, and then he passed the IRA. He passed more legislation on a bipartisan basis, by the way, than anybody. He would have passed immigration reform if Trump hadn't kiboshed it at the end. And so he goes into the midterms, and he has the most successful midterms of any president since FDR. He limits the losses in the House of Representatives to single digits. He gains a seat in the United States Senate, which hasn't happened since 1932, and he picked up more governorships in state houses than any president since FDR, since 1932 also, who worked with supermajorities. So after that, what's the decision that you make as a president of the United States? Because if you say that you're not going to run at that time, what ends up happening is you become a lame duck. You use all the power of influence that you have. And so, based upon that success, and based upon the feeling that while he was losing a physical step, while his speech slowed, that he still had the capacity to be able to make the most important decisions that had led to the successes that he's had up until that point, he decided that he was going to run again. And then he ran. And then what happened is every little thing, every time he went up the steps of Air Force One, and if he used the short steps instead of the long steps, and if he stumbled when he was walking to the podium, and if he tripped over a word of a president that he was talking about he's talking about India and not Iraq, and every single thing became a New York Times level 2-page expose. Mm-hmm. The New York Times wrote over 120 separate pieces on Joe Biden's age in a 11-month period of time. Fox News didn't stop talking about it. And so here you are, you can't run away from the impression, and then comes the debate. And that was a complete and utter disaster. And he recovered in the debate. If you go back and watch the debate, he recovered in the debate and was able to, get through the debate. But it reinforced every preconceived notion that people had, whether you loved him or hated him. So then he's got to make a decision about whether or not he's going to stay in the race. And the primary's over. He overwhelmingly won. He'd gotten a challenge from Dean Phillips. Anyone could have run against him. Anybody in the party could have run against him. And no one did.
Why didn't they?
Because he had the most successful presidency of any Democrat or any president in his 2 years, in the 3 years that he was there, regardless of whether you think so or not, in terms of whether the affordability or whether he'd gotten inflation down enough for anybody, but just in terms of the brass tacks. I mean, look at what he did as it relates to NATO. He was able to negotiate you may disagree with us strengthening NATO, but he was able to bring Sweden and Finland into NATO, the first separate new members of NATO since the pact was created in 1948. I mean, whatever your position on the things that he did them exceedingly well and accomplished them. And he had mistakes like every other president has had. Some that I may disagree with, but absolutely 100% had some real failures also.
What do you think some of those failures were?
I think one of the failures was the way in which they executed the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think it was an obvious fucking failure. I think 13 Marines are dead. I think that there was a better way to do it. And I think that, I can blame it on his generals. I can blame it on the people, the way in which we did it. But my dad always knew this also, is that the buck stops with him. I think that was a failure. I don't think leaving Afghanistan was the right thing to do. I think that in terms of the 20 years of blood that your brothers gave for an endless war in $8 trillion, is that there is a never-ending lust to continue to sell material and our blood, sweat, and money to a country that has never been anything but a killing ground for empires. Mm-hmm. So, regardless of whether you believe that or not, the execution of the withdrawal resulted, I think, in, and by the way, you can blame part of it on Trump and that he let all those people out of the prison and Taliban, but you know what? But it stops with the president, and that's what he said. That was a mistake.
Well, how does he feel about that now? Same
way that I do. Is that those lives literally are, I don't think that there's anything that is more, and I don't want to speak for my dad, mm-hmm. but I know my dad, is crushed by that. Crushed by it. Just absolutely crushed. And I don't expect, I don't, like, when did we lose the idea that would be a surprise to anybody? Like, for instance, I disagree with George Bush on a lot of shit when he was president. But I never, ever, ever questioned whether or not he was a patriot. Or, by the way, and I guess patriot, what does that even mean? Is that if he could, he would do anything that he could to protect people that we send to serve in harm's way for our freedom. I just believe that. And doesn't make it any easier for the people that have lost people, for the families that have lost people, for the brothers or sisters or dad, I mean, shit. I don't know for certain that my brother's brain cancer was the direct result of the burn pits that he lived by for a year in Iraq when he was there. But I bet you had something to do with it.
Well, I bet it had something to do with it.
That's not like being shot, and I'm positive it had something to do with it. But I mean, like, I don't want to, like, the point being is, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of things that you can't imagine, the kinds of decisions that you have to make as a president, and that if you have a heart and you care, it just must be so overwhelmingly beyond comprehension difficult.
I cannot fucking stand the way the Afghan withdrawal happened.
Yeah.
It I don't even want to talk about it because it's going to get me into a really dark place.
Yeah.
But I will say that, you know, when you have to make a decision on when you have to make a decision, and whatever decision you're going to make, people are going to die.
Yeah.
Because of the decision that you made.
Yeah.
That would be a really fucking tough call.
Yeah.
So I will give him that.
Yeah.
But the way that went down is
I don't disagree with you, Sean, and I don't think that. And I'm not going to speak for my dad, but I would say this is that I hear your anger, and I'm not here to tell you that you shouldn't be angry. You know, and one of the things is that I don't think that one of the things my dad taught me that he learned from a guy named Mike Mansfield. He talks about it all the time, so it's not like it's a story that is. It's one thing to question a man's judgment, and that's okay. You can say, "I think he used poor judgment. There's a decision that you made," but to question their intent, question their whether or not they came to the job of whatever they're doing out of some, mal intent, or because they're just bad people, is you never get anywhere. But you can question their judgment, question their judgment, whether they made the right judgment or whether they were convinced by other people, or maybe there's, whatever the circumstance. And I don't know, but I hear your anger about that. And I don't have any response to it other than the fact that I know that my dad came to it from a position of that 20 years was enough. And it was not in the interest of anyone in the United States, particularly those that serving, to continue to churn people through the 1% that have decided that they are going to be a part of protecting this country by holding the gun and climbing into helicopters and putting themselves in harm's way.
we track our sleep, fine-tune our macros, and try every biohack under the sun. But the truth is, your peak performance starts at the cellular level. Armora colostrum is nature's original superfood. Colostrum is packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that fortify gut health, strengthen immune health, fuel performance, and more. Whether you're training for a race, working to balance your health, or simply striving to feel your best, Armora helps you operate at your highest level because your body deserves the same level of optimization as the rest of your life. For me, Armora has become a staple in my daily routine, and I'm impressed by the results. So we've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armora.com/SRS or enter SRS to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's armra.com/SRS. Want more from The Sean Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus, unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests additional questions, our new SRS on-site specials, and access to an entire tactical training library you will not find anywhere else. And the best part? Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Sean Ryan Show's story. Well, let's get back to you.
Yeah, man.
Georgetown University. Did your dad ever or your mom. I mean, did they ever talk about what they wanted you to be? Did they want you to get into politics? Did they want you to be an attorney?
No, no. My dad wasn't like that. I mean, I kind of, I, I always wanted to write and paint. I mean, literally, that's all.
No kidding.
Yeah,
You were always
from
into
my
it.
time I was a kid. Yeah, and and uh, and I think the truth of the matter is that I never, I never had the courage to do it. I mean, it takes a lot of courage. And people may think that that's a exaggeration, but to put yourself out there through whatever creative process that you're like privately engaged in, I mean, it takes a lot. You know what I mean? And like it's like, I'm always amazed by people that can get up and dance in front of other people. I was never that guy. But I really mean it. I mean, and instead of seeing it as like, oh, they're goofy, I look at them and I go, God, I wish I could do that. Well, one of the things that I knew that I loved to do, but I didn't ever have the courage to do openly. I mean, openly in the sense of like share it with beyond, my brother, was to paint and to write.
No
And
kidding.
yeah,
When did you start that?
oh, since I was a little kid. Yeah, I mean, I think my aunt always used to tell me this story that my mom, my birth mom, said that I was the poet and Bo was the politician, and so maybe that was ingrained in me through that kind of a thing. But that was I think that I denied myself that, and so by the way, so I went to Georgetown, and Georgetown was okay, but I had everybody gets a Jesuit when you move in to your freshman dorm. Jesuit lives on your floor, and a guy named Ted Desiak, and Ted Desiak had started the Jesuit International Volunteer Corps, and it was like a similar to the Peace Corps, but it was kind of branded as a under the Jesuit order, but only in the sense it's non-ecumenical. It wasn't like out proselytizing. It was like working in the community, social justice thing. So they had a program in Dangriga, Belize, and they had a program in Micronesia, and they had a program in Nepal. And not a program, they had volunteer opportunities in those places. And so Ted Desiak and I became close with Father Desiak, and he along with 9 or I think 10 other students started a summer program, which is now in like, I don't know, 13 different countries, and is a summer volunteer program and like for like 20 Jesuit universities all over the world. But we started it in Jesuit International Volunteer Summer Program in Belize. And so when I graduated from college, that's what I wanted to do. And I thought I was going to go into the Peace Corps. And another guy that I was friends with, Bill Watson, another Jesuit priest. These are young, really brilliant guys. PhDs in philosophy and just amazing individuals, really dynamic people that have lived all over the world. And he suggested that I not go, there's no need to go outside the United States, just that if I wanted to serve, there was plenty of communities to serve here. And so I did the Jesuit Domestic Volunteer Corps, the JVC, Northwest. I was supposed to go to an Indian reservation in eastern Washington State, and I ended up going to Portland, Oregon, and ran an emergency services center for people that basically families that didn't have enough money to like turn on their utilities, to turn on the lights or the gas, or people with small or groceries. And I was I sat in the basement of a St. Vincent de Paul church in, off Martin Luther King Avenue in Northwest Portland. And people would come in and I'd figure out how to get them groceries or go advocate for them to get their utilities turned back on, or make sure their kids could get to somewhere with heat until we figured it out. And then I did that for a year. And that's where I met my first wife, and we had Naomi shortly after that.
How'd you meet her?
Yeah, she was also a volunteer.
She was in there.
Yeah, and then Naomi, and then I kind of realized that we're about to have a baby, and $80 a month wasn't gonna cut it. That's what you made as a volunteer. Now you got to live rent free in a house with other volunteers, but you got $80 a month, and everybody pulled their money for groceries, and even in 1992, $80 a month was pretty
Pretty rough, huh?
Pretty rough. But it was amazing. It was an amazing experience, and but then I went to I decided I needed to go back to school, and so I went to I applied to two places. My brother was at Syracuse, and I applied to Syracuse because they had a famous program for writing program at Syracuse. And two schools. One was University program and Syracuse's program. And so I got into that writing program. And but then I also got into Georgetown Law School and Duke. And I didn't know how I would be able to raise have a baby. I was 23. I thought I got to be near family.
Man.
And so we went to DC, and I went to law school, and then I transferred because I didn't get into Yale when I first applied. But the dean had told me that if I do really well in my first year, I would make it to, I could apply to transfer. And so I got in. I was one of 10 people out of, 5,000 that applied to transfer, but I did really well. And I had Naomi on the day of my last exam, on December 21st, my civil procedure exam, and Professor Abernathy let me out of the exam to go have the baby.
No kidding.
Yeah, and I took it after Christmas.
Right on.
But I did well, and then I went to Yale, and we lived in a basement apartment on Court Street, and I think we're the only I'm the only person that got to cut the line at Sally's Pizza, because Flo was the famous Flo who sat this famous pizza place in New Haven, his best pizza in the world. I look like a kid. I mean, when I was 23 years old, walking around with Naomi, I went everywhere with her, and I looked like I was 16. People used to stop us all the time and go, "Now, when you get home, tell your parents that your little sister
Damn.
needs to, do this, that, or the other thing." And
How old is she now?
she's 31, and she just had my, not just 11 months ago, she had Willie, my grandson.
Congratulations.
Yeah, man.
How is it being a granddad?
It's the best. It's incredible. Yeah. It's and she's the best. I mean, she's an incredibly accomplished woman. Her husband is I love a lot, and he's a public defender. He served in he was an active duty JAG officer for about 2 years when he got out of law school,
Right
and
on.
is in the reserves now, and he's now a public defender, and in LA, and Naomi's a 5th-year associate in a big law firm. Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
Well, after that, I had a decision to make, and I had a lot of debt, and so I had my law school debt, and I had my college debt, and so and at the time, I remember it was like $140,000, between law school and Georgetown, because I'd taken out loans to go for both. My dad couldn't afford it. I remember my dad gave me for my first semester, he gave me the check. It was $7,500 for my first semester at Georgetown. And he said, this was more money than I think, than my entire college and law school combined. And it was $7,500. And you think about it today, and that was my dad. My dad had to, in order for us to do that, I remember distinctly, he bought an old property in Wilmington, in this little part of Wilmington called Greenville, and this old beat up house, a beautiful house, but he bought it for like $100,000, but it had like 5 acres, and so like he sold off pieces of property to pay for, my first year of college. But then we took out loans. And so then I was married, and then I had law school loans. And the only way I was living off of was the money I would make as a summer associate. So when I was getting out of law school, what I thought I would do is to spend a few years and do what a lot of people that I was working with then is, instead of going to public service directly, is go work in the banking world. And I was going to go work, I got to offer some Goldman Sachs and a bunch of other, and I couldn't see how I'd live in New York City with a baby. Just didn't, and I met somebody in Delaware that was running a big bank there, and they convinced me to go work in Delaware. And then I went to work for a bank in Delaware, and I was in their executive management program. And after about 2 years of it, I was like, I couldn't do it. And, not because it was a wonderful place to work, but it's just like my heart wasn't in it. And so I went down and I served in the Clinton administration the last 2 years of it. And I was executive director of e-commerce policy for the Department of Commerce, when they used to call it e-commerce.
How was that?
It was a great experience. I worked for Bill Daley for 2 years, and I traveled the world with him. And e-commerce at the time was a new thing, and there was real questions about, privacy, a lot of stuff that still hasn't been resolved to this day. But it was a big job, and that, my title was a lot bigger than my ability to affect anything. But it was a great learning experience.
When you were growing up, especially, I don't know, maybe from teenage years on, your dad's a senator.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that a lot of people would try to use your dad's kids to get to him. For example, the bank that you worked at, I know I have that they were a major donor to your dad's campaigns. Mm-hmm. Would they ever? What type of people would try to use you to get to your dad? How would they do it?
Well, that's the thing, is that the reality is this, is that you come to the understanding that I don't really think that there's an industry, or a profession that a United States senator doesn't have some influence over. Mm-hmm. And so, the question is whether or not there's ever been an instance in which I've asked my dad to do anything on behalf of somebody that's employing me or paying me. And the answer to that is no. And the proof of that is this, is that you have my digital footprint. Everybody does. The entire world has literally the entirety of my digital footprint. Every text message, every email, every phone voicemail, every photograph, everything. And some of it not even real, but everything for over 25 years, going back to 2000. And I challenge you to find one time in which you will find one communication from me, or a communication from someone in my dad's, in a position of authority in my dad's office, in which he said, I need you to do this because I'm getting paid.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
I know, but here's what I'm saying is that everybody else is. Mm-hmm. You may not be accusing me of that, but my response to it is this, is that unlike anybody else, I'm the most transparent motherfucker you ever met.
Right on.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
You got it all. Everybody, I'm not you. I'm not. But you got it. They got it all. Everything. Mm-hmm. They got it all. Not only they got it all, but they spent 7 years investigating me with every single alphabet agency in the country and in the world. Everybody. And what did they come up with? is that I didn't pay my taxes on time for a 2-year period of time in which I was a inveterate addict, and I wrote a book about it, and then paid my taxes with penalties and interest. And during that time, when I wrote a book, is that I bought a gun. That's it. Now, every other accusation, and I know where you're getting to, and not where you're getting to. It's not. It's a. I think an incredibly fair question, particularly in a time in which there is just such open corruption. Is what like the impression that I think that the New York Post and everybody else, or even Tucker for that matter, has tried to leave people with is that I've been drifting off the coattails of my father and my brother, and that I am, like I went back and I worked for MBNA. MBNA was the largest credit card bank in the United States. And at that time, and like any other bank, they had significant interest before Congress. I worked in the general counsel's office in MBNA. I don't know what to tell you. Is that they're the largest employer in the state of Delaware. I wanted to live in the state of Delaware. Now, I could have gone to work for Bank of America, or I could have gone to work for Goldman Sachs, or I could have gone to work for JP Morgan. Would they have any less of a interest in
it doesn't mean that any of those banks weren't major donators also to your dad's
They all
family.
were. But by the way, what I'm saying is that there is a here's another, another major donor to my dad is the trial lawyers. So if I went to work with the trial lawyers, and by the way, I'm not saying like, woe is me, oh my God, my choices are so limited and things like that. I'm saying this, is that, the question becomes, is there any instance in which I was credibly accused of, in any way, of using my relationship with my father to influence him on behalf of a client, on behalf of somebody that I was being paid by. And I can not only say no and hope that you believe me, but I can say not only no, you can look at every email that I ever sent. You can look at every text message that I ever sent. So I'm not sitting here telling you and hoping that you believe me. And that's what I was talking about, I think, earlier, is one of the real gifts of the last 6 years is that I got nothing to hide, Sean. I mean, it is all out there for anybody that wants to, look at it. Now, you can continue people can continue to lie about me and make shit up.
Hunter, I just want you to know that I didn't mean that's not where I was going with this question.
No, I didn't think you were going there. I took it there. And the reason I took it there is because I found it an enormous opportunity to talk to somebody who would listen about it without being defensive about it.
Well, I'm going to tell you the tough questions that I'm going to ask you before we get there. I'll tell you what they are. I'm going to ask you some tough questions about Burisma. I'm going to ask you some tough questions about the laptop. I'm going to ask some tough questions about, actually not even tough questions. I'm just going to ask you to tell the story about your brother's ex-wife and you. And I think we'll have a really good discussion about addiction. And I think the last tough questions will come towards the end when we get to the pardon. And other than that, we're just having a discussion. And so with that question, what I was trying to get to is your old man is in a position of major influence. And through my journey here, just as a fucking podcaster, I can see how people use my wife to get to me. And I am anticipating on how they're going to try to manipulate my kids when they're old enough to get to me, because I know it's going to fucking happen, because I'm starting to see like how people are and when you're in a position of influence and how people turn and change as that happens. And so what I'm what I'm asking you is, how would people approach you? How would they try to manipulate you to get to your dad? And how would that make you feel?
Well, I think that there's that at least in my experience, there's there were two obvious ways in which that would happen. But there were the one way is just a full frontal assault, which was easy to say, like, I have no interest in speaking to you, where people would come and say, hey, can you talk to your dad about X? I think it could be really cool for you. You know what I mean? And this could be really great. Or, and that was an obvious, it's an obvious no. It's not, it's an immediate, at least in my experience, is like, no, like I don't do that. And I really don't do that. And I never did do that. And regardless of whether anybody believes me or not, that 100% was the bright line rule in anything that I did in my professional career, and everybody knew that. And then the other way, however, was the much more insidious way, which I'm sure that, whatever level that you're talking about in terms of your own familial relations and as you become more influential, or as your influence has grown, is just a much more insidious way about people that you believed to be honest, straightforward, interesting, in which you figure out, though, at some point that they have an agenda. Mm-hmm. And they have an agenda that's all about them and not about you personally, but about what you what your wife can do for them as it relates to you. But you find that out pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. And that's really kind of easy to figure out at some point when my dad was a United States Senator. Because I was highly aware of it my whole life, is that he had the capacity to do things like, for instance, getting people into the Naval Academy. United States Senator, as you know, is the capacity that they have they get to choose, what is it, 2 candidates per year?
Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. And Jeremy or anybody else can explain it better. But they have I think every United States Senator has on an annual basis, picks 2 for every service academy. They can appoint 2 people. And so a lot of the things that my dad did as it relates to things like that, realizing that there's an enormous room for abuse of that, is like he created a independent panel of people and took the decision out of his hands to be able to do that. And I just use that as an example of the ways in which, and one of the rules in my family, not just apply to me, it applied to anybody in my family, is that if you're working for somebody, if you're getting paid for somebody, don't come into my dad's office and ask anybody to do anything on behalf of those people that you're being paid to work for, regardless of how good the cause is, regardless of how righteous you may feel that it is. But that was the rule. And so those are the 2 kind of obvious ways that, one less obvious, one in which, there's like a level of seduction that occurs, and where people sometimes even unwittingly overstep a boundary that at least that I would have, or anybody else in my family would have. Mm-hmm. And then there's the ways in which I now only in retrospect have become kind of fully cognizant of that are much, much more sophisticated in terms of the ways in which you can be manipulated by people. Sometimes wittingly, sometimes unwittingly, sometimes, but I think that there's much more sophisticated ways of doing that.
Could you give me an example?
Yeah. Want to get to Burisma?
Yeah, let's get to Burisma.
Okay. So here's
Could you start off with just describing what is Burisma?
okay.
What was it?
But let's step back from Burisma. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Is that I leave the Commerce Department in that job, okay? And I was, I worked at the end of the Clinton administration from 1998 to, left in January of 2001. And I started a law firm, my own law firm. And I did kind of advisory work for, as related to the, what I knew about privacy in the new world of e-commerce. And there was an enormous amount of opportunity in that at that time because it was the dot-com bubble. And so I had a lot of people that I had gone to college with and law school with and on papers that were like killing it. You know what I mean? They were, they started .com whatever, and it was, and there was an enormous need for legal representation and understanding of the kind of regulatory framework that these new e-commerce, entities were going to operate. And so I started a law firm with that in mind. And then, it was the .com bubble burst. And I had a friend, a Jesuit priest who had become president of St. Joseph's University at the time. And they had a program in which they got an earmark, what they called it at the time, and for a program in which they sent their graduate education students into the poorest school in Philadelphia, in which they sent basically student teachers in to fill in the gaps in Overbrook High School, in the Overbrook school system. And they'd been doing it for years. And if you know anything about Jesuit universities, they're the oldest organizations. Almost, they're almost always the oldest community organizations in any city that you go to. So whether it's St. Joe's in Philadelphia, or whether it's been there for 120 years, or Georgetown University, which has been there for 200 years, or University of Denver, that's been there for, you go down the list. University of San Francisco, been there 140 years. Detroit Mercy had been there for, it's the only university left inside the city, the city limits of Detroit. So, Father, the president of the university asked me if I could help him do that, and I did. And I helped him in kind of navigating Congress, the House of Representatives, in terms of figuring out who his representatives were. I think it was Chakavata at the time, and where it would go in an earmark. And they got the I don't know what it was. $50,000, a semester to be able to send students to fill in the gaps in this impoverished school system. And then he referred me to the president of Detroit Mercy. And Detroit Mercy was is a dental school, but it was the only dentist in the entire city of Detroit at the time. So every other dentist had moved out to the suburbs, but within the city limits of Detroit, there literally was not one dentist office.
Wow.
And so what they wanted to do is they wanted to take their the dental school, which was serving the community at the time free, and do mobile dental clinics so that they could do preventative care throughout these neighborhoods. And so I helped them to get the money for that. And then I went to, and then I got referred to Xavier. And Xavier University, they had a veterans program where they took disabled vets that were coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, and this is like 2004 at the time, and the veterans community, in which they gave them they enrolled them at Xavier University, but they also had them do community work as it related to, I forget what the exact, what it was, but it was for disabled vets at Xavier University. So I helped them get money to do that. And the list goes on. And I ended up representing, like, I don't know, I think it was at the height of it, like 14, 15 Jesuit universities. And that was my entire practice. I was really proud of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's solid work.
And then at that time, I went on the board of Amtrak. I became the vice chairman, and I actually got elected to be the chairman of the board of Amtrak after serving on it for over 6 years. And I had, by that time, gone on to the board of the UN World Food Program, which is the largest humanitarian organization in the world, serving 80 million people a day in 72 different countries, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. And I had eventually became chairman of that board. I was vice chairman of the board for Truman National Security Project, which put veterans that were looking to enter political office, and we supported them. The Center for National Policy. I became an adjunct professor at the at Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service in the master's program, and I taught a course called The Art of Advocacy. In outside of government. It was the idea that you could, the way in which you could use your influence to be able to do good things for good people. And so one of the case studies that we used for that was the creation of PEPFAR, and the way in which you had bipartisan support to institute a policy which eventually has saved over 25 million lives.
Wow.
And I taught that class for 4 years, and then my dad ran for president, lost, and then Obama picked him to be vice president. And in so doing, he had a group of people that I find to be really distasteful and hypocrites, but they said that I needed to give up my, because it was, I was working for these universities, but I was assisting them both in the legal and the policy perspective and lobbying to help them get money to do these programs. And, so, it was, I was a lobbyist. And so I voluntarily, but with a lot of pressure from them, none from my dad, had to give up that business. And so I basically started back in square one. And I started a consulting firm because I also stepped down from the board of Amtrak because they said that was a conflict of interest. And they were concerned that it was a conflict of interest.
So you had to shut pretty much everything down.
Shut everything down.
The fact that your dad just took VP.
And I had to rebuild. And I didn't have any savings. I had 3 girls, all private school at the time. And, don't have any money. And so anyway, regardless, not in a different position than a lot of people, is I had to figure it out again. And so what I did is I started a consulting company, but mainly focused on infrastructure in rail, because I knew a lot about rail by this point, having served on the board of Amtrak for as long as I did. And there was a lot of potential private projects that were going on that have all fizzled out over the years. But I represented a really old, large Midwestern infrastructure firm, like guys who actually, dig the tunnels and build the rails. And I advised them from, projects in anywhere from Baltimore to, Beijing if they were interested, with just an understanding of how the process works. And so that was what I did. I was consulting on basically infrastructure projects and things like that. And then I began to consult for groups that were looking to raise capital. So infrastructure private equity firms that were looking for institutional capital to put into the private equity firms to be able to invest in infrastructure projects, mainly all domestic. And so I partnered with someone that had a long-term experience. One of my partners got his Series 7. We started an investment advisory firm. and on top of the infrastructure advisory firm. And that's what we did for, as I taught, as I was chairman of the board of the World Food Program, as I was vice chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy, the Truman National Security Project. I was on the board of Catholic Charities. I was on the board of about, I think, at least a dozen, if not more, small, medium, large, major institutions. And so, for instance, on the board of Amtrak, I was the chair of the corporate governance board for a 6-year period of time. And I also took a job as the of counsel to at the time I think was probably the most significant law firm in the country, which was Boyce Schiller Flexner. And I was of counsel Boyce Schiller Flexner, and I focused on corporate governance. Yeah. And so that's when we come to Burisma. And the way that Burisma came to me was through a partner, a guy that I, not a partner as much as a potential partner who I had a great relationship, and then anyway, it doesn't matter. He just got a pardon from Donald Trump.
What did he get pardoned for?
No, he ripped off some a Native American tribe and some bond deal that he did with some grifter, and anyway, a huge disappointment. But anyway, he introduced me to Burisma, and Burisma. This is right after the Russians. I mean, the Russians had already taken Crimea, but they had made inroads into Donbass and Donetsk. And remember, they were that significant incursion past Crimea into the eastern part of Ukraine. And Burisma was the largest completely independent natural gas driller in Ukraine. And Naftgas, which is probably one of the most corrupt organizations in the world, is the state-owned natural gas entity in Ukraine. And one of the things that is beyond the potential of rare earth minerals, the most lucrative commodity in Ukraine, other than the level of education of their other population, is natural gas. And Burisma was under direct threat from Putin. I mean, that's what basically why Putin wants that particular part of Ukraine also is the natural resources, and also the fact that he runs pipelines through Ukraine to Europe. And there was a board member who's a guy named President Kwasniewski, who is the first democratically elected president of Poland outside Lech Walesa, after Lech Walesa, who wasn't democratically elected, but and a champion of democracy in a post-Soviet Europe, Eastern Europe. And he was on the board, and he made an argument to me that they were worth representing, because I said that I would talk to them if they wanted to talk to me about representation through Boyce Schiller. And there was an enormous amount of subject matter expertise in Boyce Schiller. There are two partners that were very steeped and that had worked both at the CIA and the State Department and in the last administration that were very steeped in Ukraine and issues as relates to Ukraine, and that's what lawyers do. And so I said, you should talk to them. And they did, and they came in through me as a the referring partner, or of counsel member, and in talking to them, I became convinced by President Kwasniewski that I should join the board, and he said, look, the CEO of the company is not is no he's an angel, but he's not one of the bad guys. He's a guy that's under threat from the real bad guys. The Dmitry Firtashes of the world, who were controlling Naftogaz, and was wanted up until I think like 3 days ago, extradited by the United States for I don't know 47 different RICO charges and bribery, and is connected directly to to Putin, who had been basically siphoning all the money of Naftogaz back into Russia. Those are the people that the CEO of Burisma were set up against, and they were wolves at the gate in trying to take over Burisma. And he said, and you just simply by being on the board would be a message. It would be a message. And I'll tell you what, is that it is well worth your while. And so 2 things is that I did believe in it. I'd done a Kroll report, and I'd done a Nardello security report on the firm while I was at Boy Schiller, and working for them as an attorney for about a 2-month period of time before they asked me to go on the board. And then he made a real push for me to go on the board, and I made the decision to go on the board. And this idea that I didn't have any expertise, or I didn't know what I was talking about, or that I didn't have any experience with boards, or that I didn't speak Ukrainian, or I didn't know about that. I mean, it's all bullshit. All complete and utter absolute bullshit, in which they try to paint me as not having as much experience as, Don Jr., who just got a $695 contract from a $695 million contract for a startup private equity firm for a startup drone company that he's, with 30 employees, I am almost beyond offended, the idea that certain people in that world have painted of me as being a ne'er-do-well, kind of drifter that got on the board. Was it a mistake to go on the board? Yeah, it was absolutely a mistake, not because of anything that I did that I am embarrassed about or in any way whatsoever feel conflicted about as it relates to what I did for Burisma, but because of the political position that it put us all in. They used that as the toe in the door to be able to call my family the Biden crime family without any evidence. The person that said that Joe Biden took a bribe to protect Burisma is sitting in a jail cell. Sitting in a jail cell for lying to the FBI. And meanwhile, it still is this lingering question that people have about Burisma. So I guess before I continue to just go on, is that what do you think happened in Burisma?
I mean, I think that, look, just a little more context on Burisma. I mean, Burisma, would it be fair to say that Burisma could have potentially supplied the vast majority of natural gas to Europe?
No.
No.
No, not absolutely not. Burisma's, almost all of Burisma's natural gas supply, the production was internal to Ukraine, Ukrainian industry.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that could have been a major supply to all of Europe, correct?
Well, only if they wanted to drain Ukraine of the vital natural gas that they need to run their economy. But yeah, but no, Burisma did not have the capacity, was not large enough to supply all the natural gas needs of in any way, shape, close, even remotely of the needs of Germany alone.
Okay.
The production was not nearly that big. No.
Could it have been though, if we built up the infrastructure? Were the resources there that could have implemented that kind of infrastructure?
If you built up the infrastructure of Naftogaz, the state-owned company, potentially, yes, okay, but not even remotely for Burisma. No.
I think that if I was the owner of a company,
yeah,
that had that kind of resource,
yeah,
I would very much want the President of the United States' son on my board.
Oh, by the way, Sean, I don't There's no doubt.
Or vice president at that time.
But by the way, not for any specific end game like that. I'm absolutely certain that was not. I think that what he was afraid of is that he was going to get killed. I'm positive that the CEO of was not by anybody in the United States, is that he was going to get killed by Putin. And so he 100% thought that by bringing me on board, number one, is that I was absolutely qualified. Number two is that I demanded that we be transparent about it. You realize I went on the board and I put out a press release saying that I went on the board. I wasn't hiding it from anybody. And who else was on the board? And I'm absolutely certain that that part of the reason that he wanted me on the board was for protection. For he thought that if at least that he was associated with that name, that it would give him some protection from the forces of the Russian forces writ large that were out to literally bury him. So I don't have any doubt about that. Was there some? All I know is this: is that I served my 5 years on the board. No one ever asked me to do anything that my dad had any control of. In 3 of the years in which I was on the board, 3.5 of the years in which I was on the board, my dad wasn't in office. I took that job because it afforded me the opportunity to do two things. Number one is that I felt incredibly comfortable serving on a board, just from a capacity and the confidence of being able to be of value, that I was being paid to do something that I had the capacity and was capable of doing. Number one. And number two, it gave me freedom because they paid me a fucking lot of money. And my brother had just been diagnosed with cancer, and a incurable form of cancer. And so it gave me an enormous amount of space to be able to spend time and do that. And I'm not saying like I did it for my brother. I'm a saint, and that's the only reason I did it. That's bullshit. I did it because it paid well, and I knew where the lines were. And that's what I did.
Do you think that it would have been in our intelligence agency's best interest for you to be on that board?
No,
Not that they manipulated you, just do you think it would be in their best interest to have
in our intelligence agency? I think it ends up being that it was in a lot of people's best interests, others that were not mine nor my father's.
So it could be
yes
that all of these things are true at the same time.
What being all of what things?
That intelligence agencies wanted you in there. That the guy that wanted protection, he wanted you in there for protection and also wheeling and dealing in the future.
Yeah, I think
that all these things,
yeah,
could be true at the same time.
Yeah. No, I think that you're right, and I refrained from doing this in terms of like the whataboutism. Is that I didn't go work for the Ukrainian government. I didn't go work for instance, the Saudis. I didn't go work for the Albanians. I didn't go work for the Serbians. I didn't go work for the Emiratis. I didn't go work for the Qataris. I didn't take money for the purposes of changing U.S. policy as it relates to weapon systems or individuals that were murdered or anything like that. And I got paid a amount that I was transparent about what I got paid. I served my 5 years on the board, 3 of which were when my father was not in office in any shape or form. And then I left. And so whether those things could have happened as it relates to me, sure. Are those things happening not just in front of our faces, but like you might as well be coming and slapping us in the face. Jared Kushner is right now negotiating a peace deal with the Ukrainians and the Russians with direct interest as it relates to the energy, the energy interest inside of Russia and their partners, whether it's in India, the Saudi Arabia, or what's going about to happen with Nord Stream pipeline. A direct interest of which he's been taking $2.5 billion from partners to impact those changes. I served on a board for 2 years. You have every email that I've ever sent, every text message that I've ever sent, every single communication that I have ever had, including during that period of time. And there is not a single communication other than the one thing that they hung their hat on is a guy that was in Washington, D.C. at the time, was the secretary to the board, said, "Hey, Hunter, thank you. It was nice meeting your dad." And when she was walking out of a restaurant, and my dad was walking into a restaurant with me, and I introduced the two of them. And that's it.
I think
They started an impeachment investigation over this.
I think one question that a lot of people have is the 10% for the big guy remark.
Not from me. And I'll tell you exactly what it was. It's from a guy named James Gilliard, along with Tony
Bobolinsky.
Okay. Yeah, Tony Bobolinsky, who claims to have known me so well. You know how many times I met Tony Bobolinsky? Maybe 4, maybe 3 times, in which I told him to go fuck himself and that I wouldn't do business with him, in which they're negotiating a deal, not having, by the way, anything to do with Burisma. Nothing to do with Burisma. It had to do with a entity that was starting a U.S. entity of a Chinese energy firm, in which they wanted to partner and create an investment vehicle. And James Gilliard sends a email, not me, sends an email to 6 other people, including Tony Bobolinsky, in which I'm CC'd on, in which he proposes equity splits, of which he says 10% for the big guy. And I don't know what James Gilliard was referring to, but I know this, is that structure, that proposed group of people, a proposed partnership to do like an energy, number one was occurring when my dad was out of office and was not a candidate for president and was 2 years away from being vice president, and his career public service, according to everybody else, was over. So number one, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Number two, I didn't say that. And number three, it never happened. So 10% for the big guy, go fuck yourself. My dad has given, 32 years, 40 years of his tax returns. You have every tax return I've ever had. Every one. You can go find them on the internet. I had the DOJ, I had the FBI, I had Crim Tax, I had the Oversight Committee, I had the Judiciary Committee, I had the Ways and Means Committee in both the House and the Senate. I had the U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A., in D.C., in Baltimore, in Delaware, in Pittsburgh. All investigate me.
Holy shit.
All of them. At the behest of Donald Trump beginning in 2017. And what did they come up with? So you think that there is like some hidden 10% for the big guy because this motherfucker, Tony Bobolinsky, who's some, wannabe, a soldier who tried to convince me that he was a part of did what you did, was one of those guys. And maybe he is. I don't know. But all I know is every guy that I've ever met that did what you did never told me that they did what you did, or tried to impress upon me that they did. And that's why I told Tony to go fuck himself. They never did a deal with anybody that suggested 10% for the big guy, which, by the way, again, occurred when my dad was neither vice president nor president and was never going to be in public life again, even if he was. So I'm not blaming James Gilliard. If James Gilliard sent that and his intent was maybe he's going to be able to get the former vice president of the United States to be, somehow involved in this, then why wouldn't he be able to say that? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He's selling. I mean, I will be surprised if when they leave this White House that the copper pipes are still in the walls. I'm not joking. It is the most openly corrupt, and everything that they do, Sean, is projection or confession. So I'll say it to you again, is that I believe that it was a mistake because I was very, very naive about what a viper's den Ukraine is. What an absolute, talk about a level of corruption that I am still staggering, because they're part of a kleptocracy, of a greater kleptocracy, which is, what? Russia is nothing more than a country a gas station masquerading as a country, as John McCain used to say, with one person that is the ultimate Don of all Dons. And I don't mean Trump's, I mean Dons. And that's Putin. So getting involved in that anyway, even though it was through a private company, even though I served on the board, even though you have every communication I've ever had, even though you have testimony, thousands of hours of testimony from anybody that's worked for my dad, under oath, by the way, under oath. So when Tony Bobulinski, under oath, went before the Oversight Committee, what did he have to say? What did he have to say? What crime under oath did he accuse me of?
He didn't.
He didn't, because he was under oath. But then you know what he did? He went on to Fox News and Tucker Carlson and accused me of crimes. And then Devin went to Tucker, and he literally stuck his lips around the ass of Don Jr. and Eric, and he got a pardon out of it. And so did his partner that ripped off the Indian tribes to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars, of which they were absolved from having to pay back. I think it was close to $100 million. I don't know the exact number, so don't sue me. I really don't. And I don't know anything about it other than is that everybody under oath, everybody in the court of law, look, I had a special prosecutor. There was a independent investigation from a special prosecutor, the only U.S. attorney left in the United States that was appointed by Donald Trump, that my dad left in place. And when he was U.S. attorney in Delaware, he came to the conclusion that no charges should be brought against me. And I went to we came to a resolution in which I was going to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanors of failing to file my taxes on time, because I'd already paid them back with penalties and interest. I paid over $800,000 in interest and penalties. Because during 2016 and 17 or 15 and 16, I forget, because the years, is that I literally was out of my mind. And I thought that it was being taken care of me. Whatever the reason, I didn't pay my taxes. And when I figured out that I did in 2019, when I came out of recovery, the first thing that I did, I went to an accountant and I said, I got to figure out my taxes. And they gave me the number at the end of the day. And as soon as I got the number of what I owed with penalties and interest, I went to the United States government and I borrowed the money and I sent them the check. 4 years later, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 5 years later, 3 days before the statute of limitations ran, they charged me after coming to a negotiated settlement with me and a plea deal. They blow up the plea deal because MAGA went nuts, and they decided to charge me with 7 counts of tax evasion that would have resulted in over 35 years in prison for taxes that I paid with penalties and interest. I can't find one single case as precedent in which someone similarly situated was ever charged. Roger Stone didn't pay taxes for, I think, 8 years and had secret bank accounts at the same time. Secret foreign bank accounts, I believe. And I'm like, I don't know, Roger. So, again. And they came to a settlement. The United States government never informed me that I was being audited. They never audited me. I informed them. We called them and said, hey, we can't find the transcripts, my accountants did, for 2017 or 17 and 18. I forget what the 2 years are. They're 17 and 18 because I went into 19. And they said, huh. And then we figured out that my accountant had done the taxes and sent them to an office that was empty, and then he died, my accountant. So I got a new accountant in LA when I came out of my 2 years of my crack addiction. And I took care of the wreckage of the past. And I took responsibility for what I did. And that's why they decided that they were not going to charge me, because they couldn't find any criminal intent in what I did, or any way in which I was truly trying to evade my taxes, because I came to them. But they blew up the plea deal, and they not only charged me with that, but then they charged me with a 922 G3 violation that's never been used against anybody except me, other than people that go and purchase a gun in the commission of a violent felony, in which they also find that they can show that they were addicted to a substance or user of a Schedule 1 substance.
Shit.
Ever. How many people that you know smoke pot and own guns regularly?
A lot.
A lot, right? They're all in violation of 922 G3. Every single one of them. They charged me with 3 different charges under that. Again, 35 years in prison. 3 different charges. No, I challenge anybody out there. Find anyone else. And by the way, the Supreme Court's about to overturn the constitutionality of 922 G3 based on Second Amendment and Bruin and the case Amani. And so it's not going to even be, I think, constitutionally viable within the next 4 months.
Wow.
But they took that and they charged me with it. Now, how fair do you think that is, when the only way that they became informed of the fact that I purchased a gun is through a group message from the gun shop owner, Don Jr., and a former state police officer that heard a story about me throwing away, someone throwing away a gun that I'd purchased 10 days before, that I owned for 10 days in a lockbox in my truck that was never loaded and never fired. 5 years later.
Wow.
5 years later.
And that's how that came about?
Yeah.
So a conversation with 3 people.
Yeah. According to the, there's this incredible investigative reporter in that dug up all of this stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
Incredible. They put it on some right-wing blog. And then the U.S. attorney came to it. And you know what the U.S. attorney did? Is they came to the right decision after 3 years of that investigation, on which they'd been investigating me for over 5 years. And they came to first a non-prosecution agreement, and then it was called a diversion agreement, saying technically they believe that I violated the law. So I would agree not to buy a gun. And
They spent 3 years investigating whether you did any drugs when you bought that weapon.
they never found that I did drugs when I did that weapon. You know what they did? They put me in front of a jury, and they took my book, and they played the audio version of my book, in which I talk about my addiction during that period of time. And they just mash it all together. Now, 922 G3 under any standard is a state of mind question, right? Are you addicted to, are you a user of a controlled substance? Well, I may have been an addict in the past. Am I addicted to or a user of a controlled substance? Right now, if I went to your range and fired a gun, would I be in violation of 922 G3?
No.
No. According to their standard, I am. And I will forever be. Have you had or do you have friends that have struggled with alcohol or illegal substances that have owned guns during that period of time?
Yes, I do.
And do you know people personally that may have had substance abuse problems that owned guns at that time? And do you believe that the federal government should have the right to put them in jail for 10 years if on a form they said when they bought the weapon that they truly believed that they had overcome their addiction? Because no addict believes that they're an addict when they're not using. But it didn't matter. They wanted to get me for something, so they got me for something. And what they did is they embarrassed me. They spent the entire trial And for instance, you said that you wanted to talk about the relationship that I have with my sister-in-law. Like, my God, I'll tell you what, they put her on the stand. Talk about my addiction. It was fucking awful. It was awful. And one of the most difficult things for me in my entire life is how much I fucked that up. I mean, two people in a state of grief, out of their fucking minds, me in particular, thinking that they had found the solution to the bleak, the positions that they found themselves in, and the thing that they loved the most. And that's all I can say. And it was an enormous mistake, and I take full responsibility for it. And I am beyond embarrassed what I put my family through. Beyond embarrassed what I put my family through. But in the moment, it was not some like sick whatever. It was literally grasping for for life, for grasping for something, grasping for some chance at living again. But you know what? Like, you judge me? Not you. Just anybody? Do you ever known anybody to be able to go through like a grief like that? And it's fucked up. You do fucked up things. I certainly did, and I've been paying for them. I've been paying for them for a long time now. And I'm done killing myself over it.
I think that there is a side to what happened there that nobody's heard. And that's why I want to bring that up, because I think that is part of your redemption. I think people need to hear that.
Yeah. Maybe.
Because the way it's described in there is definitely not the way it's described in the media.
No.
And, without injecting my opinion on anything, I think it's going to change a lot of opinions when they hear all of the details, when they hear the story, when they hear why, when they hear what you were going through, when they hear what she was going through. It just paints, it's a different picture than what has been portrayed through the media.
Yeah. And we can talk about it, but I will tell you this, is that many ways, part of it's not my story to tell, and the level of pain that that caused my family, and by the way, and still does, in terms of is something that is really, 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 really it's tough. But I can tell you this. It was not, and I almost don't feel like I owe. I understand what you're saying, is owe these people that think that they have a judgment about it, an explanation in any way other than this. Is that the two people desperate to find a way out, and clung to each other as being the nearest thing to the thing that they both valued the most in the world and lost. And that's the answer to that. And it was an attempt to keep something alive that was permanently dead. And just a gigantic miscalculation about the way in which that would impact the ecosystem of the rest of my family. And I am, all I know is this, is that it is not, it has been harder on everybody else than it has been on me. And but I think that we're, in a place that's very different now, in which there's been a lot of healing. But, I take full accountability for that.
Is Bo's death what sent you down the path of addiction?
I think that what it did is just sent me down the path of addiction. There's anything, I think, I don't know if your experience as it relates to addiction, the people in your life, your own life, is that you don't need much of an excuse to use. It could be sunny, it could be raining. You could be up, you could be down. But what Bo's death did do to me was it sent me down a path of nihilism that I'd never experienced before, in which nothing mattered. And when it all fell apart. And in the immediate aftermath of Bo's death, there was a sense of real purpose. But then my marriage of 22 years began to falter, and I ended up on my own for the first time in my life, literally, in terms of living alone for the first time in my life. Because remember, I left, I went to college, did Jesuit Volunteer Corps, got married, had a baby, had two more, and I, in that period of time, directly after Bo's death, is that I didn't have the availability of my dad for the first time in my life, and that he was so like me. I mean, grief is a solitary journey in many ways. As much as you try to cling to people, I think one of the reasons that people, when they lose a child or a couple, is that they sometimes lose each other. And for a period of time there, I felt like I'd lost my dad. I felt like I'd lost the entire structure of my existence.
Damn.
And so and I grasped towards one thing that was, and not in a nefarious, prurient way in any way, to someone that was the nearest thing to what my brother was, and we I think grasped for each other, and my addiction completely 100% fucked that up, and it was awful, and so I do know that Bo's death didn't make me an addict, but by my own actions, by by the circumstances that I found myself in, by the depth to which I didn't think that there was a way out, it certainly was a factor in what sent me down a rabbit hole that I'd never gone before, which was completely wanting to disappear from the face of the earth. It was awful. I think that people have this vision of, that it's kind of funny when Marjorie Taylor Greene shows pictures of me and, naked and, by the way, 90% of which is aren't selfies. People taking pictures of me passed out in a bathtub with a crack pipe. I wasn't taking pictures of myself, remotely while I was, passed out. And, but whatever the case may be, is I don't do anything but cry when I think about those times. Not for anybody but myself. I mean, it was truly demoralizing. I mean, I am what people I don't think fully comprehend about addiction, if they're not the direct addict, that sometimes can take you to a place in which all you're doing is thinking about getting high, or thinking about how you're going to get high, thinking about how you're going to cover up getting high, and thinking about how you're going to come down from getting high. And then it becomes just this round the clock thing in which it's not even about getting high. It's about not dying. It's literally about the feeling that I cannot get up from this bed unless somebody hands me a drink in order for my body to function. And And that's the level to which I found myself for a long period of time. I mean, relatively, in anyone's life. Like the fact that I didn't die, I believe, is a miracle.
How many times do you think you were close to death?
Dozens. Whether it was by, like finding my places in which people were pulling guns on me, to putting. One time I woke up in a, face down in a pool, and I don't even remember that, but that's what they told me. I, by anybody's standards, was, I talk about it
Very descriptive.
very descriptive in the book. And the reason is, people kind of make fun of me about that when I talk about, like, I searched the carpet for drugs. And the point of this story is not that it's some fucking funny story for you to laugh about, and, Laura Ingraham to go, ha, 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 he's a crackhead, and, Donnie Jr., and, these guys are all fucking tough guys that, because they go to UFC fights. I tell those stories because, you know what? I'm positive that people write me and say, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Because in the program that I come from, is that the one thing that keeps you trapped is your secrets. It's the things that you did in the dark that nobody else knows about except the people that you were in that motel room with, like crawling around on the floor for hours looking for crumbs of crack cocaine till your hands and your fingernails get bloody. If I can tell you that in front of everybody and write a book about it, and my dad's the president of the United States, and I came from a place of incredible privilege, what I'm trying to tell you is that you have nothing to be ashamed of if you've then figured out how to get clean and sober. All I have is respect for you. Doesn't mean that I don't think that you should be held accountable for the shit that you did that was stupid while you were high. But I want to tell you something, is that if you were me, calling through the cut down in, at 3 a.m. in downtown LA, with a gun to your head, begging somebody to sell you crack, and you made it out of that, fucking more power to you. And fuck anybody that fucking would make fun of you for it. That you can't talk to anybody about it. Fuck you. And fuck all those people that judge over it. You can judge me for the decisions that I made and for the fuck ups, but I've been paying the price, and I take responsibility for those things. And I fully have been transparent about it, for the pure purpose is that we are only as sick as our secrets, man. And I know that what the gift that has been given to me is that I don't have any more secrets. Not a one. Not a one.
Wow. I live the same fucking way. I was not expecting to like you this much.
Well,
I mean, dude, I just,
we got a lot more time. I still can I can fuck that up. I promise.
I mean, I'm not fucking around, man. I live by that. I have talked about damn near everything publicly, and I don't have any secrets left.
Yeah.
But I've talked about how fucked up I was on my cocaine addiction, on my benzos, on my sleeping pills, on my booze, on my womanize, all of it. It's all fucking out there.
Yeah.
And when I realized is every fucking skeleton in that closet that you release out into the world It's like freeing part of your soul, man.
Yeah.
Because what are you
Freedom,
gonna do?
man.
Come at me? I don't give a fuck. It's all out there.
Yeah.
I got nothing left to lose, buddy.
And by
You
the
know
way,
what I mean?
it doesn't mean that you're fucking proud of it.
Yeah.
What it means is that you're free of it.
You're free of it, and it also sets an example for others to follow. And just like you said, you know, coming from where you've come from, with your dad being the president of the United States, I mean, that is a tremendous amount of shame because of the expectations that have been put on you by society because of the position that your family members are in.
Yeah.
And so to come out and to have the courage to say, yeah, I fucked this up. This is what happened. This is the description. This is how I saw it, and this is how I lived. And to be that open about it, I mean, then I know how much courage that is. Actually, maybe I don't, because I don't have any family members in that type of a position. But I mean, but I'm in an influential position, and to come clean on all of those things. And I mean, shit, just the other day I had to do something where I fucked something up and I talked shit about somebody that a group of people that I shouldn't have. I had to come clean. I did it. Also did the same damn thing to Kamala Harris, who I couldn't fucking stand, and I did a public apology. Anyways, addictions and all of that stuff, and how bad it gets, and
Yeah.
scrounging around for drugs and going to get more, and the thrill of finding it and all. I mean, I could go for days about that stuff, but and maybe we will.
Yeah.
But I do want to commend you, you know, for coming clean and being that open about it, because most people will never see that kind of courage.
I really appreciate that, man. And I really mean it. I know that you're surprised by that, but coming from me, that means a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
Yeah, man.
My days don't slow down. Between work, the gym, and time with the kids, I need eyewear that can keep up with everything I've got going on. And that's why I trust Roka. I've tried plenty of shades before, but these stand out. They're built for performance without sacrificing style. I've put them through it all. On the range, out on the water, and off-road. They don't quit. They're lightweight, stay locked in place, and are tough enough to handle whatever I throw at them. And the best part? They don't just perform, they look incredible. Sleek, modern, and designed for people who expect more from their eyewear. No fluff, no gimmicks, just premium frames that deliver every single time. And that's why Roka is what I grab when I'm heading out the door. Born in Austin, Texas, they're American designed with zero shortcuts. Razor sharp optics, no glare, and all-day comfort that doesn't quit. And if you need prescription lenses, they've got you covered with both sunglasses and eyeglasses. One brand, all your bases. Roka isn't just eyewear, it's confidence you can wear every day. They're the real deal. Ready to upgrade your eyewear? Check them out for yourself at Roka.com and use code SRS for 20% off site-wide at checkout. That's ROKA.com. Want to stay up to date on all things SRS? You bet your ass you do. Our newsletter brings you the latest SRS news and critical updates. Get instant alerts on the newest episodes. Never miss a beat. Exclusive intel briefs from counterterrorism expert Sarah Adams. You've seen her many times on the show. She's going to give unfiltered insights on global terrorist activity. For Patreon exclusives, you're going to get epic range days with me and damn near every guest that's come in the studio. You're also going to get behind-the-scenes content and guest updates. You're going to get first dibs on new merch drops and limited edition items that will never be sold again. Plus, exclusive offers from our partners you won't find anywhere else. So subscribe to the Vigilance Elite newsletter right now. All right, Hunter, we're back from the break.
Yeah.
Getting ready to dive into the life of a crack addict.
Absolutely.
Mine was Coke.
Yeah.
But I'll dive in there with you.
Yeah.
And
Same thing, just a little bit different.
yeah. Well, you started with Coke, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, but when I really, I went, uh, I went straight to crack when I like decided that I was gonna drop off the face of the earth.
Go full time.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you, I'm just curious, did you partake in any drug use as a child?
Yeah, I tried everything, but I didn't. Nothing stuck. Nothing stuck like alcohol.
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I had tried coke. The one drug that I'm 100% certain that I'm incapable of handling,
Which one?
pot.
Really?
It's just
Are you
literally.
serious?
I mean, like a great addict is like I am absolutely certain of it because after 400 failed attempts and being ended up curled in a ball, like hugging my on the tile floor in a bathroom, it literally makes it's one of the only drugs I clearly cannot in any way metabolize without it literally turning me into a complete and utter incompetent.
I just turned into a total fat ass on that.
No,
Can't stop fucking eating.
I mean, I literally become so anxiety ridden. It's really
Well, that happens too. My friend Eddie Gallagher posted a diagram of a joint once, and it was basically like, the first little bit is it's all good. The next little bit, maybe a little bit of paranoia. The next little bit, oh shit, the cop. And then the last little bit is like, the CIA's fucking coming to get me. That was like, damn, dude, that's like right on the money.
yeah.
But I don't want to make like a joke out of the whole situation, but but sometimes you kind of have to. That's just how you get through it. And at least for me, I've got really dark fucking dark sense of humor. But with my addiction, I mean, I was a boozer since high school, but I didn't do any hard drugs until my 30s.
Yeah. I mean, I had tried. There was no real, prevalent availability. And, I played sports. And so, football season, we tried not to even drink and high school. But I tried cocaine when I was in high school and then not throughout college. I dabbled maybe and but it wasn't really around. It was almost my problem was alcohol, and it remained alcohol until I walked into that park, which I describe in the book. I left I was in an outpatient program which I was committed to, and I had relapsed, and I was in the middle of a divorce, and separated. And I had I'd done everything to try to get back. And I'd gone to like 45 days of an inpatient program. And then I did about 3 months of a sober coach in which I blew into a breathalyzer that took your picture whenever the sober coach would call, with the commitment that if I failed it, that I would go back into treatment, and I did that, and then that wasn't good enough for whatever reason, and so then I committed to doing an outpatient program, which was 5 days a week, and about 5 hours a day from like 8 to 2, and I relapsed, and I told them that I relapsed, and they wanted me to take they wanted me to pee in a cup, and I said, look, I relapsed. I used cocaine, but I drank primarily, and I used cocaine. But that's what I did. I'm telling you. I didn't want it as any part of a record in which. What people don't fully understand is the kind of it's the conundrum that some addicts find themselves in treatment facilities that are also facing like legal issues or divorces or things like that, is that it's not protected by HIPAA. So you can go into a rehab and be in the middle of a divorce and have all of those records.
Gotcha.
They can be subpoenaed, or if you're in a civil case, I mean, like so many, which is a real, I think, oversight on the part of people as it relates to privacy and getting people to be as honest as possible. And so I was like, look, I'm telling you, I relapsed. I mean, what's the difference if you have they said, well, you can't come back if you don't take the test. And I said, but I'm admitting to you what I did. And they said, no, it's just our policy. Unless you submit to the test, you can't come back. So I walked out, and it was in downtown DC, and I went over to Lincoln Park, and not far from the White House. My dad at this point was not in office or anything, but it was between the apartment that I was renting in Shaw and I saw somebody in the park that I recognized from literally years and years ago, but she was kind of a famous person. Her name was Bicycles. Everybody called her Bicycles. And I said to her, can you give me crack? And she did, and when I say she was a kind of a very well-known, like, homeless, semi-homeless kind of drug user that like bicycled up and down,
Like a character almost.
Yeah, she was a total character. Yeah. Everybody knew her, and not everybody didn't know her. I knew of her, and 5 months later, she was had the keys to my apartment, and we'd become using buddies for an extended period of time. And it's it's everything that they say that it is, and nobody fully, I think, captures the power of crack cocaine, nor explains it correctly. It's all so wrapped up in a lot of prejudice and bias based upon kind of the racial profile that people that supposedly crack addicts, and at least if you're from my generation in the 90s, in which it was introduced to the streets and just tore communities apart. And the thing that truly tore communities apart was not necessarily the addiction; it was the response to it. And so anyway, long story short is that's, I actively sought out the thing that I thought was the most destructive thing that I could do to myself at that moment in time, beyond physically harming myself.
What was it that took you to rehab? What was it that made you want to get better? Like, what was the realization?
Finally, at the end, I mean, that was in 2000. I think I get my years a little bit mixed up, but that was a year after Poe's death, 2016, where I basically stayed sober and attempted to stay sober for that year period, in which I was under the care of somebody, a professional. And the thing that wanted me to stay sober and clean is my family. Is that my three oldest daughters are like, they were my whole world, and I was an enormous, I was like a constant presence in her life, because for the vast majority of it, I was clean and sober, and I was not a user or a drinker in that I would ever kind of do it around them. I don't think that there are more than maybe a handful of times, and I can't speak for them. All I can say is this, is that I was a very present parent. And then all of a sudden I was gone. All of a sudden I was completely unavailable. And I don't think there's anything more traumatic that you can do than that. And so to be there and then not be there.
Have you been able to redeem yourself to
Oh yeah.
your daughters for that?
I can't be the judge of whether I've redeemed myself, but all I know is that we have a very, very, very close relationship. But again, it's literally I think the worst thing that I could possibly do is speak for anybody else that has suffered because of somebody else's addiction. That's one of the things that I'm 100% certain is I never want to do. But all I can say is that, it is a constant work in progress because of the fact that I'm bound and determined to at least make up for any of of all of that lost time, that neglect, because I don't, and I don't. I know this. I know my daughters love me deeply and have been there for me and are beyond Melissa, the singular thing that made me think that there was something worth living for. And, but, it caused a lot of pain,
Who do you think you hurt the most?
beyond myself. Definitely my daughters. Yeah. And again, the reason being is that they were older, but they had just lost their Uncle Bo to them was everything. I mean, he was as present in their lives as he was in mine. And, my brother was not perfect, but he was about as close to perfect as you can be as a human being. And I really mean that. And I challenge anybody that knew my brother that didn't feel the same way, almost universally. And I know that people talk about people in death as if they are something more than they were. But in my brother's case, I couldn't say enough things that could fully describe what an extraordinary human being he was. And when I graduated from law school, my brother moved in with me and my wife and my two daughters, and he took the third floor of the house that we renovated, this old farmhouse, and he just was never present in their lives also. So the one thing that was probably the most not intentionally cruel, but the cruel is that they lost their Uncle Bo and then they lost me at the same time.
Damn.
And I became so wrapped up and selfish in my own grief. And I don't think that there there's anything that I ever can do to make up for that. And so those are some of the things. Now, do I believe that they've forgiven me for that? Absolutely. I mean, I know they adore me, and I really mean that, and I know that. But it's not up for me to be able to determine whether I've ever made up for what I that level, that deep level of hurt that children more than anybody ends up experiencing for a parent that has suffered from addiction.
Do you think they're going to watch this?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What would you say to them right now?
Oh, everything I've already said to their face is to them personally. I mean, I call them almost every day. Finnegan and I have been in a little bit of a fight about that, but yeah, but is that they are each and in their own way, extraordinary people that I am immeasurably proud of, and they have been a greater source of strength to me than they will ever fully appreciate. Yeah.
I bet they'll love to hear that.
Yeah. I tell them all the time, and then they, and maybe they call me back, maybe they don't. Their daughters. And then I get my dad calls me. He goes, "Have you talked to Maisie? You talked to Maisie?" I'm like, "Jesus Christ, Dad. Yeah, I tried her. Well, I called her. I got her on the phone. The only thing that makes me mad about my dad is he's an even better grandfather than he is even a parent. But yeah, they're extraordinary women. And one of the things about the like all of this is I sometimes get down and be like, what the fuck? These people are awful and they're ruining my life and they're doing this and and I think, like, this isn't hard on me. It's them. How hard is it on them? How hard is it for them to walk into work as grown women and working in New York City in an office building, and everybody know who you are, and your dad's on the for no apparent reason other than just to shame me, on the front cover of the New York Post with a crack pipe dangling out, with shirtless, with a woman standing behind him, and then again the next day, and then again the next day, and then again the next day, and so I always, or at least when I start to feel sorry for myself, be like, fuck, like, God damn, how lucky am I? How lucky am I that they still pick up the phone? Never stop loving me. I don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. But I have it. And it's an incredible thing.
It's a good way to live.
Yeah, it's a, but God, I still fuck up. I still don't do it the right way. I still let people down. I mean, the only thing that's different now in my life is that I truly don't start from a position of what's in it for me first, in terms of what can I get to alleviate this pain. I at least know that that I'm not ashamed of the mistakes that I make today. Do you know what I mean? It's because I'm certain that I'm trying to be the best person I can be, and I'm doing my best at it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying every day, and I know that I'm failing, but it's not. I'm at the same time, I'm comfortable with who I am, and I think a lot of my life, although I wouldn't admit it, is I felt lesser than, for whatever reason. I don't know what you know what I mean? Like, I just, like,
Lesser than who?
anybody. Didn't matter. I felt alone in a crowd, and I felt like I like, for instance, like with art, like I wanted to be an artist, No, I ended up going to Yale Law School and having a pretty successful career and doing the things that I did. But like, I just never, like, I felt like, well, I'm not good enough. I don't want to show people, my stupid, I mean, I don't know whether it was my poetry or my paintings or my, but that's the person that I wanted to be. And I didn't have the courage when I was that age to do it. And I had to be completely, utterly broken, humiliated, and dehumanized in order for me to say to myself, fuck everybody else. Just be who the fuck you are. I mean, everybody tells me to stop using the fucking F word so much, but fuck you. You know what I mean?
I get told that all the time too.
It's like, I don't know, like, I don't have to be anything except exactly who I am. And I don't owe you any explanation, but I owe myself to be radically honest with when I fuck up and what is my responsibility and when I should say sorry to somebody. But the one thing I know about anybody that's ever come into, into recovery, decided that they got to stop using or they got to stop drinking. And, a lot of people can drink and use responsibly. But anybody that I know that decided not to, they didn't come in on a fucking winning streak, man. They didn't decide to stop drinking because, things were so good. But when they put that down, and what what fills that hole? And for so long in my recovery, I didn't have anything to fill that hole because I didn't feel whole. I didn't feel like I was being honest with myself about who I wanted to be or, anything.
What got you there?
The complete and utter, destruction of my ego.
Psychedelics?
No, I think that everything was a little bit of a step towards that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the gift that was given to me by the most horrendous people in the world. Is the people that, stole my digital images and put them in the New York Post. And Miranda Devine used me to, to cash her checks and the Daily Mail, I mean, like all of that. The worst humiliation, I think, that in a modern digital age.
That's what you mean by destruction of the ego.
Yes, completely. Because you have to decide, is that you? And if it isn't, then who are you? Then who the fuck are you? And you realize is that I in the past would think, I think that a lot of addicts do this. Like I watch you, okay? And I would put you on this pedestal, okay? Somebody that I respected, somebody that served, somebody that put themselves physically in harm's way on behalf of other people. Somebody who had the discipline and the courage to do the things that you did. And so that's your outward persona. And I would compare myself to you. And I would think, I'm never going to live up to that. And then something in your life happens, like they completely dehumanize you through, I mean, by the way, imagine if I was a woman. Imagine if I was Ivanka Trump, and I know that sounds really stupid, but just say they released one, nude selfie of how crazy would people fucking go about the violation of privacy that is? How insane would they go? Rightfully so. But I was the crack addict, degenerate son of the former vice president of the United States, and I was fair game in the world. And I had a decision that I had to make, is when I would think, and I would become obsessed with the idea, like, how do I ever earn your respect again? And then I realized, and I don't know whether it was there was no light bulb moment. It wasn't like being struck by lightning, but just gradually I just realized, like every day that I got out of bed and I put one foot in front of the other and I sat down and I painted and I shared what I made in my creation with the people around me and then a wider group of people, and then pick up the phone and call somebody else that was sick and suffering, and would try to be of service to somebody that was, looking for a way out. And just as long as I was true to myself and try to make amends with the people that I needed to make amends with, as long as I fucking did that, I could get to the next day. I don't know if I'm explaining it
No,
in any
I'm
way
tracking.
that makes sense, but they completely deconstructed me. And that humiliation and dehumanization, which was a full-time 24/7 campaign that was directly coordinated, right from the president. I mean, the whole Where's Hunter thing. I mean, you don't know what kind of havoc that wreaked in my life, man. When he started to say Where's Hunter in front of 70,000, 50,000, 30,000, whatever crowd size he made up in his head, and they aired it on every single cable channel and played it over and over again on Fox News, surprise, surprise, people showed up at my fucking house with bullhorns in the middle of the night and followed us. I didn't have any security. My wife was pregnant. They ran her off the road twice. I mean, it has real world consequences, man. And then so we moved a second time in the middle of the night, and we were in Venice, and we lived on the canal, and one of my friends had put us in this place until they found us there. And then they got canoes, and they sat out in the canal this far away as that wall, with a bullhorn for hours on hours and hours with the 6-month-old screaming, yelling for me to come out. And then they got a billboard truck, and they parked the billboard truck, a full-size digital billboard truck, and ran in front of, and sat in front of the house and ran all of the pictures from the laptop of me naked, of me smoking crack, of me being a criminal, for a week, for 10 days, for 2 weeks until we moved. And then they followed us there. And so it had real world consequences, but it put me in the position of having to make a choice every day. Am I that? And if I'm not, who am I? Who am I? Am I the character that Tucker Carlson makes me out to be? Or, am I, who am I? And I think that I've answered that question. I think but that's for me. And, I guess the one thing I've learned is this. You talk about that book that you recommend to everybody, which is basically the red letter words of Christ.
Do you want one?
I'd love one. I already have it on a book on tape. I had it before you said that I'd gotten it, and on audio. I'd love the hard copy. But what's the singular message of Christ?
Love.
In my opinion, love. Love one another, love your neighbor, and love God. And do not judge unless you want to be judged. But more than anything, it's just love. And that's what I think. What's the real epiphany? Is that the first place that you got to love is yourself. And if you're gonna love yourself, you got to be honest with yourself. Because how do you love the person that's keeping the secret about the thing that you're ashamed of? You just can't. It's impossible. And I figured out how to love myself. And that doesn't mean that I don't fuck up and I certainly feel every day at applying the at least the way in which, by the way, I think that you find the same lessons in not just in the red letters of Christ, the actual words that he spoke. I think you find it in the Bhagavad Gita. I think you find it throughout all of the Upanishads. I think that you find it in all of the most sacred texts. Is that it comes down to one thing, and you asked me before: is how are we going to find our way out of this as a country, as a people, is the only way I know is the thing that people are desperate fucking for is connection. It's the only way. And that's what each one of these messages is about. Of all of the sacred text, is that we are all connected. We know, whether we think it or not. I mean, literally down to the scientific level that Carl Sagan would has taught us, is that literally we are stardust, and we are all connected, and we are not just in the metaphysical sense, but in the actual physical sense. And unless, for me, and just go back to me, is that unless you figure out a way to love yourself, then all you're going to end up doing is hurting other people. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense to you.
That makes sense. I mean, we had a conversation offline about psychedelics.
Yeah.
And we talked about 5-MeO-DMT.
Yeah.
And we had, I guess we can't say the exact same experience, but we had the same experience. And that experience, however you arrive there, is probably different. But
I don't think so.
when you arrive, you feel the oneness, you feel the connectivity, you see that everything's connected. I mean, you described it the exact same way that I describe it. And when I took it, I don't know if you were blindfolded or if you weren't.
For the 5-MeO I was, for the Ibogaine I was not.
I took the blindfold off for the 5-MeO.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. And I had no visualizations, no hallucinations, none of that.
Yeah.
What I did have was a very profound intuitiveness, and it showed me I could feel the flow of energy going through everything. I could feel it coming through the ocean, onto the islands, back into the ocean, onto the beach, up the trees and the grass and the birds and the air, everything. You could, it became, everything is one, everything is good, and if there's something bad, then it would have been like a spotlight in the dark. You would have been able to point it out immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, like.
Yeah.
And that's what I felt. And that's what you described. And so, you know, when you're talking about judgment and ridicule and all of these things, I mean, in the end, I mean, if you're spewing that shit into the fucking ecosystem, into the world, it's going to come back
Exactly.
on you. And if you spread goodness throughout the world, then that also is going to come back on you. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the major life lessons I think that I learned that day. Probably not even realizing that I learned it that day. But
no, yeah.
You know, it showed me that if I treat you like shit or put anybody else in front of me and I treat that person like shit, that's treating myself like shit, because that's gonna fucking come back to me.
Yeah.
Because it's all connected.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. And and it's this, that experience for me didn't have the same level, kind of a profound immediate effect as it related to my sobriety, but it was here's the really interesting part about it. It's the only drug that I know that I haven't that I've taken and enjoyed that I haven't craved. Do you have that? I mean, I don't feel like the desperate need to try 5-MeO again. You know
I've done it a handful of times.
Yeah.
I do it maybe once every couple of years to
Yeah. And
clean
I guess
myself out.
My point about it is
no, I don't crave it because I have a very healthy respect for it and a tremendous amount of fear.
Okay. Yeah. And that's what I was about to say, is that I think that I came to that experience with Ibogaine and 5-MeO with the right respect for and reverence for the plant medicine time. I tried ayahuasca in a different environment for the same purpose, and had a very, very, very horrible, dark experience. But I came to it with a very insincere intentions, and both ostensibly in an attempt to find sobriety. I think that there is so much incredible promise in some of these plant medicines as it relates to people that suffer from PTSD, particularly in the studies that they've done in the communities. I know that you talked to Governor Newsom about that, and they're making some real inroads. But just all I can talk about it is from the personal experience and how it informs me as, like, what was the thing that made me ready? I don't know. The combination of attempts that I made that all led up to me being open and willing to like look in Melissa's eyes, and when she said this ends now, to say okay to a stranger and put myself at the mercy of someone, to trust that they are going to help me do the hard work. But anyway, I think people are desperate to be connected, and I think that is both a beautiful thing and one of the things that has exposed people to and made them very easy targets, including myself, to the algorithms that I been to the need to be a part of something. The easiest thing to be a part of is hate.
Mm-hmm.
It's the easiest thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's really easy to get people to band together to blame somebody else, whether it's a group or an individual, and that's why I give people a real break. And I kind of understand, like, I can imagine, I don't read the comments anymore, but I was in, I'll give you an example. Is that Bowie was he was a year and a couple months old, or a few months old, and it was a Halloween of 2021. And so he's like this big, and he's in one of those like zip up Chewbacca costumes. It was like he was the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. And we went with with Melissa, Bo, and my father-in-law, who was visiting from South Africa, and my mother-in-law had just passed 3 months earlier to glioblastoma, like my brother did, almost exactly 5 years apart from my brother, 6. And Lee, my father-in-law, we went to this little place in Cornell, which is like in the mountains behind Malibu. And I mean, it's rural. I mean, it's as rural as out here, that part of California. And there's this little place, the outdoor seating, it was like that, that in-between time with COVID. And I put Bowie on my shoulders, and it's one of those beautiful, it's Halloween day, and it's like around 4:00. It's a magnificently beautiful fall day. And we're walking to the car, and this couple comes like bursting around the side of the restaurant because all the tables were outside. And the woman has a phone out. She's filming me with just rage in her eyes. And the guy, who's about my size, gets like this far from me, which means he's this far from a 1.5-year-old. It's like the most cutest little thing you've ever seen in your life. And he's screaming, "You fucking criminal. You should fucking be executed. You fucking criminal pedophile. And is screaming. And the woman's screaming the same thing. And Melissa goes to step in front of us. And at this point, we have Secret Service. And the Secret Service, jump in. And we're 2 feet from the car. Put us in the car. And we go away. And it was the first actual physical like altercation that I nearly came in, and it really shook my father-in-law. And I went to everybody went to bed, and I'm up and I'm flipping through my phone and my Apple feed, and there's this story that was out that day about a woman that was a school teacher in Orange County, I think, or I forget whether it's Ventura County or Orange County, 8th grade history teacher. And one of her students videotaped her class. And in her class, for close to the 45 full minute of the class, she was teaching her class that Hunter Biden was running a pedophile ring in China, and that he'd taken billions of dollars, and that he was responsible with George Soros for being a part of the conspiracy to release COVID at the Wuhan lab, and just went through like everything, every conspiracy, everything in the New York Post, everything that Sean Hannity like gave like a little bit of life to, and every one of those things. And it made me realize this. If you believe that about me, if you really believe that about me, wouldn't it be incumbent upon you to get up from your fucking lunch and fucking scream at me at the least? If you truly believed that I was running a pedophile ring, wouldn't it be incumbent upon you as a decent human being to confront me?
Mm-hmm.
And it made me realize, like, what do we fucking do? What do we do now, man? Because I can come here and I can talk to you and I can make it clear and I can say, but you know what? There's so much money to be made in that hatred, in those lies. The realization that, how do I combat that? How does anybody combat that in this moment in time? You can say a lot of things about my dad, you know, that I don't have any problem with, about his policies, or whether you think that he was too old, or whether you think that whatever. But you know what? To say anything other than my dad is the most incredible father I've ever met in my entire life, and is a decent human being that has real empathy and cares about people. It's like, you know, like, I don't have any problem with you criticizing, but you know how many people believe that my dad is a pedophile? Because some motherfucker stole my sister's trauma diary and sold it to Don Jr. and took things in the trauma diary because she had faced sexual violence when she was, that's my sister's story. And then created a idea that that my father was a pedophile. Do you know how much that lives in that world, and how much directly comes from the Trumps? Directly comes from literally people like Don Jr., who was directly involved in that, who was directly involved in contacting the owners of the gun shop to have them go to the state police to doctor they doctored the form. The actual form is not the actual form I filled out.
What do you mean they doctored?
When I went in to buy the gun, okay, you have to come up with it. You have to have an ID. You have to have a state ID.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have one. And they said, no problem. And so when when ATF came to get the form after they were like supposedly tipped off by Don Jr., they forged the form, the actual form, of which I was charged with the crime for filling out incorrectly. It wasn't the form that the Department of Justice used to prosecute me was not the actual form. The gun shop owners actually forged it.
How do you know that?
Oh, it's part of the record. You can go look at it in the record. Go look at reporting from the empty wheel and the actual documents. I'll show you the documents. I'll show you the two different things. We tried to get them introduced in court, and the judge said it was irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
Exactly. 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 I mean, I will show you so you can put it up on the thing. Two separate forms.
We'll put it up.
Yeah.
You have the forms?
Yeah.
We'll put them up.
Yeah. I'll get my lawyers to send them to you. And that's the point, is that my point is that they're literally directly involved in that. And if you can make people believe the worst possible thing, what's that called? I literally have a mental break, but the idea being is that if you can convince people, even a very small subset, that that someone is the worst thing that you could possibly say. What worse could you say about somebody other than that they're a pedophile? Right? I don't think of anything that I can possibly think of that is more like egregious. But if you can convince even 5-10% of the population that somebody's that they think somebody could be a pedophile, then you certainly can convince 35% of the population that you just flood the zone of that shit with, that they are that they're corrupt, or that they were part of some bribery scheme, even if that bribery scheme turns out to be a concoction by a guy that was working with Russian intelligence that is sitting in a jail cell out in California right now in a federal penitentiary. Even if you blow the whole thing up, but that's what they do. And anyway, I guess my whole point, and I'm now talking too much and losing this train of thought, is that people are desperate for connection. And when they find connection in a cause of a common enemy, they feel a part of something. And what we've given each other, not you and me, but this country that we live in right now, all we've given each other is people to think of as enemies.
Yeah.
And it makes me really, and I don't mean this in any saccharine way, it is probably the most devastating, emotionally devastating thing, other than the death of a family, that I've experienced in my life, is the feeling that this thing that my family has given 50 years of our life to we're about to lose it. I really feel that, and I don't think that that's kind of, melodrama. I listen to you, and I listen to other people that are on the other side of this that say the same thing, and I kind of look at them and I think, like, God, can you not see that we're trying to figure out the same thing? Can you not see the humanity in me? Because I'm not the person that that 8th grade teacher informed by Alex Jones and, Jesse Waters would have you believe that I am. I promise you I'm not. Spend a minute. Because those motherfuckers, they got one thing that they're doing. They're making money. As we all suffer. They're just laughing all the way to the bank.
Yep. It's a damn shame.
Driving with a friend of mine, He's a really close friend. He's had some real health problems. And I came back in Delaware, and I took him out to lunch. And we drove by one of those like huge American flags. And that used to fill me with an enormous sense of pride. And driving by it, and he goes, Jesus Christ. And I don't know of anybody that's more patriotic than this person. He's like, makes me cry. Makes me cry. And am I thinking, who did I fucking let take that away from me? I think I'm mad at myself. You know, I get so angry, and I find that the thing that I get angry about are from the perspective of a son. You know, like I really went off on George Clooney, and I really went off on the Pod Save America guys, and the reason I did is because I think they're a bunch of fucking arrogant fucks. I do. I think that Jake Tapper is a pompous, arrogant fuck. But you know what? I think they love this country. I don't think that they're bad people. I think they're just arrogant fucking fucks. From my own personal experience. And my point is that, like, when did I allow anybody to steal that pride from me?
What is with Jake Tapper?
He's such a. I mean, look. I almost got in a fight with Jake Tapper at the Super Bowl I forget when it was. I mean, the first Eagles Super Bowl, not the first, but when it must have been. It was shortly after my brother's death, and he had done something that I thought was totally fucked up. And I told him I would fucking, if it weren't in front of a lot of people, I would knock him the fuck out. And this is how much of a pussy he is. He called my dad and demanded an apology.
What?
Yeah. He's a grown fucking man. He called one of my dad's staffers, and he goes and he said, I felt threatened, and Hunter owes me an apology. And by the way, I felt incredibly justified. I'm not going to tell this story because it's too convoluted. But just that's who Jake Tapper is. I mean, you know, he talks big, hides behind a pen and a desk, and I don't think that he contributes in any way to the discourse or provides any real journalism whatsoever. And so I'm allowed to have my own personal feelings, but my whole point of it is that, like, who cares though?
Is he the one that kind of like, did he write a book about your dad's cognitive decline and released it right at the very end of the event?
Yes, right at the end, like within 2 weeks of the...
Way to jump on the bandwagon, bud.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're about,
and by the way,
3 years and 6 months too fucking late.
Yeah, no sources. No on the record sources.
No shit?
None.
Wow.
Yeah. Nobody on the record will go on the record. But, you know, he was certain, and he was absolutely this and that and the other thing. He's just so full of shit. Anyway.
He really came around to the narrative early on that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
But my point is, it's just so a world of incredibly disingenuous and but I don't know what it is that is like I'm at a loss about what it is brings it together, and that brings us back to this conversation. Is that at the very beginning you're saying to me, I can't believe that you like this. I'm like, what don't you get? Is that I don't get any of that from listening to you, even though you even when you platform people that I think are fucking out of their mind. And I don't say platform, but you know what? From probably the majority of your audience are thinking this exactly that about me right now.
Guarantee you they're
Yeah,
thinking
guarantee you. But I don't know. I don't know how we fix it. I don't know.
Well, let me just a second here. I'll tell you how we fix it.
I thought you were going to get that gun in the corner. So what the fuck?
That would be method number
I
2.
literally thought that you were going over to pull that Glock off the fucking. I said, Jesus Christ, he's getting real here. I got something for you, buddy.
What is today? The 16th?
16. Great.
Oh, man. Oh, dude.
It's a drawing I did.
That's a drawing?
Yeah. So it's anyway, it's my version of an eagle. You gotta put it in an Amazon frame and put it in your bathroom somewhere. Yeah.
That's not going in an Amazon. Are you fucking kidding me?
Anyway.
Dude, thank you. Cool. This is awesome.
Thanks, man.
I've always wanted some Hunter Biden art.
Well, you got it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Of course, the next one, according to the New York Post, is at least $500,000. And I'll be expecting that. You can pay me in Trump cryptocurrency.
I don't have any of that, but
Okay.
but
Yeah.
here you go. Jesus calling.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I
That's
appreciate
the only
it.
thing that fixes this.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. This is fucking awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
Glad you like it, man.
A lot of dark stuff going on in the world right now, and it's to the point where I don't even believe my own eyes anymore because I cannot verify what people are saying about all the political violence, the division. I partner with this production company called Ironclad, and we're doing an 8-part audio series on PsyOps, on why foreign countries, governments, maybe even our own government would conduct a PsyOp on its own people. And I just think that this series is going to be extremely important because it's going to open the eyes of people on why these things happen. You can head over to psyopshow.com, order it today. I think you're going to get a lot out of this. Who's pulling the strings? Who's pulling them?
My explanation as it relates to the Don Jr.'s involvement with my sister's diary is that I believe with the person that stole it initially brought it to a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago and got it to like Don Jr., who I think was the one who eventually connected them with the people at Project Veritas, and then they just weaponized it.
Do you mind if I ask, what was I'm just curious, what was the conversation within the family when that came out?
Oh, just got like the
journal.
Utter, like barbarity of these people. And I really mean it. It's like how do you get away with that and not pay for it? I mean, like, again, like, let's move this into the laptop. Okay, this is the same thing and writ large, you know. in which you steal someone's digital life and you turn it into whatever boogeyman that you want to.
Mm-hmm.
And just from let's just go to the most basic level of how wrong that is, of what a incredible invasion of anyone's privacy that is. And for instance, is it if I stole your phone, you have an encrypted phone, and I was able to then cobble together or broke into your iCloud, of which I know that they did, or and cobbled together whatever they ended up calling a laptop, okay? And then and was able to, through the worst period in your life, okay, which you talk openly about. You talk openly about, your issues with substances that didn't make you proud of who you're being, and try to change. And I took those moments, and I took the every photo that was taken of you during that time, in the worst period of your life, and made a monster out of you in order to, and I know that it was never about me. It was about my dad. And it was to destroy my dad. I think that the thing that they truly thought, I think that the thing that Steve Bannon and Rudy Giuliani believed was that they would be able to repeat history in the same way that they, and do the same thing that they did to Senator Muskie in 1972. And they broke into his wife's psychiatrist's office. They stole their private notes. They revealed that she was struggled with alcoholism and every other embarrassing thing about her. And Edwin Muskie, everybody knew, who was a decent, hardworking, blue-collar senator from New Hampshire, that by all accounts was the only guy that could beat Nixon at that time. And they broke him. They broke him because they knew there was nothing that he cared about more in this world than his relationship with his wife and his family. And they broke him. And he cried on stage and talking about her in a time in which that was, the end of somebody's political career, and he had to drop out of the race. And that was what their intent was with me. It was never about because there is no evidence of corruption in the laptop. None. Tell me what you think the laptop is. I mean, what
do I think the laptop is? I think that I found out about the laptop. I think the first time I found out about the laptop, I interviewed this guy, Peter Schweitzer. And that was, if I remember correctly, this was years ago, that was a major part of the interview. And he actually gave me a hard drive of the laptop.
Yeah.
And said that this had been scrubbed to take all the kiddie porn off of it. Otherwise, I couldn't have this. It would be illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
I never opened it because
yeah, but that's my point. That's the shit that they did.
That's what they, and then of course all the pictures of you with hookers and the Burisma emails, and apparently it was all on there. And
but for instance,
the fact in that you had dropped it off to a laptop repair guy.
Yeah. So, but for instance, just that is that, remember, the first thing that Rudy Giuliani did, it's called eliminationist rhetoric, is that he went to the steps of the Newcastle County Courthouse in Delaware and stood on the steps and demanded a meeting with the chief of the Newcastle County Police in Delaware and the state police and the attorney general and the U.S. attorney. And he said basically he pulled a one of those. I have here in my hands a evidence of mistreatment of children and blah 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 blah. It's just all complete and utter bullshit. So Peter Schweitzer, Breitbart, he said they had to scrub it of images of children. Let me ask you a question. Do you think those images would have come out by now? I mean, it is absolutely insane in a complete and utter fabrication, a complete lie. Completely. But that's where they started, because they realized that it didn't have any evidence of the corruption that they then concocted about a bribe or billions of dollars flowing through. Like you say, the Burisma emails. Yeah, there were emails from and to Burisma from me as a board member of a company in which I served on and I was transparent about, and I actually put out a press release about, in which show no evidence of any whatsoever criminal activity, any involvement of my father. Not one single communication between me and anyone in my dad's staff or my dad or anyone about me asking for a favor on behalf of a client. Not one. Not a single one. So what they originally revert to? They originally reverted to basically accusing me of the worst thing that you could possibly ever accuse anybody of. That.
Child porn.
Yeah. I mean, imagine having to wake up from that. Wake up the next day from that. And thinking, even if one of the people that you respect in the world believed that that could be true. Like, oh my God. Like, how do you ever get out of bed? And then how do you defend yourself, Sean? What do you go out and do this? You go, I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a pedophile. Like, literally, like I don't beat my wife. You know what I mean? And that's what they did. And then they just repeated it over and over again until it kind of played out, until at least some responsible journalists said, okay, like, if you keep, like, we're not going to keep repeating this because it's patently false and there's zero evidence of it. So then they moved on to the next thing. They moved on to the next thing that I was the next thing was a symbiotic relationship between the Russian GRU and like Steve Bannon and Gao, the Chinese billionaire, that ran the Chinese, that cult, in which what they determined then is that I was funding weapons labs in Ukraine with George Soros to infect migratory birds to murder the population in Russia. And that was the whole thing. That got me sanctioned by the Russians. They did a 2.5 hour press conference on it, and then it just comes around, and then in the right wing podcast ecosphere, from Alex Jones back to Russia, back to Chinese operatives, back to Gao, back to Bannon, and then they recycle it again. And then what ends up happening is that the New York Post and Sean Hannity, give it some credence. They don't do it in a way that is completely absurd, but they report on the accusations. And then the New York Times writes a story about the story. And then it gets on CNN, and Jake Tapper does a piece on, well, this may not be true, but clearly there's, Hunter Biden's corrupt. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And what do you do? So I started the day as a pedophile, and I went to bed as some super spy that is providing billions of dollars in funding for weapons labs. And I woke up the next morning being accused of something else. And it became almost impossible. So what I can tell you about the laptop is that there is no laptop. That's bullshit. What was provided out there, what
There was no fucking laptop.
There is an actual physical laptop that somebody had, but the guy that said he had the laptop, the existence of the search for the laptop came before he was even a twinkle in Rudy Giuliani's eye. There were people, talk to Lev Parnas. Lev Parnas literally went to Ukraine to get a laptop from Dmitry Firtash, to get a hard drive, Hunter Biden's hard drive from Dmitry Firtash and Andrei Derkach in Ukraine, in Austria. 4 months before John Paul McIsaac nobody ever existed. And so what they did is they cobbled together stolen, concocted, fabricated mishmash of digital information, largely which is, thousands and thousands and thousands of emails from 25 years. I mean, no laptop could have held all of that. And so what they did is they put it all together, and then they talk about it. I mean, John Paul McIsaac, who is literally blind, there's no videotape of me ever dropping off a laptop. There's whatever.
You never dropped off a laptop?
I have no recollection whatsoever of ever dropping off a laptop to John Paul McIsaac, to his shop. And so what he did, though, let me just put it this way. Say I took my laptop in to get repaired, okay? And you're John Paul McIsaac. And what he says is he reads, and he goes to repair the laptop, but then he starts to read the files in the laptop. And he reads a file, and he sees files about Burisma. By the way, a board of which I'm on, of an independent private Ukrainian company, in which I am a board member doing corporate governance as an attorney. And he says that the only thing that he can think of doing is calling Rudy Giuliani. He's a laptop repair shop owner in Wilmington, Delaware, whose store is 3.5 miles at most from where my parents live, where everybody knows my parents live. So if he had a laptop that he wanted to return, he thinks that the best thing to do is call Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, Bob Costello, and give it to my sworn enemy, who then take it, and in it, I will once again ask you this question. What crime has anyone ever...
But there was no laptop, right?
No, he took a hard drive. He took whatever he said. He said that he had a damaged laptop, and what he did is he downloaded a hard drive, and then he gave that hard drive to Bob Costello. And then from that hard drive, you have people like Patrick Byrne and Jack Maxey and a whole bunch of other people. Like I could list the names that come together. There's one woman that's like known as Cat Lady or something like that, literally. And what they say that they did is they cobbled together all of this digital material that was floating out everywhere, that had been stolen from phones, that had been taken from the dark web, that had been taken from the hard drive that John Paul McIsaac. They consolidated it all. And they consolidated it all, and they made it out to be this thing. And so then the story doesn't become about the laptop at all, because there's nothing in the laptop other than a record of me being a degenerate drug addict at the worst moment in my life. At the worst moment of my life, of people clearly, me not taking selfies, of people clearly taking pictures of me in the rooms that I found myself in, smoking crack, doing drugs, doing whatever. Nothing criminal, other than, obviously, drug use. And what other people would think is, abhorrent behavior. I mean, whatever. I mean, having sex with women. And so they take that, and then you can say whatever you want. No one read the stories. When you put me naked on the front page of the New York Post over and over again with a crack pipe in my mouth, it becomes like gold. And Miranda Devine said it was the most read, the most followed story in the history of the paper. Wow. She's written and sold 2 best-selling books based upon that. And it's all about the pictures. It's like sex, drugs, and politics, man. And that's what they did. So then, it became about the cover-up of the laptop story. You know why Twitter took down that story? Because non-consensual pornography. It's because under what is the law today that was pushed by Melania Trump, it's revenge porn. You're not allowed to take a picture that is stolen from somebody's digital material of them in naked and with another person and publish it. I mean, you're not allowed to do that. It's a crime. But in my instance, and so that's what the New York Post story ran in the initial story, and it had naked pictures of me in there. And under the terms of Twitter, they took it down when I objected to it. So you got to take that down. And so they took it down, and then that became the hobby horse for everybody. Is that it was an issue of free speech, and how the deep state, buried the story. What story? That I was a drug addict, and then I was in rooms in which people took pictures of me, and I took pictures of myself. Because otherwise, I've sat across from journalists. I've sat across from detractors, and I don't know of anybody that's kind of at least more informed than you are in terms of the number of people that have come through this studio that have had an opinion about it. And I know that you prepare and you have a team that prepares. Has anyone of your team ever been able to tell you of any crime other than crimes of as it relates to illicit drug use that is on the laptop? And I mean, no. Wouldn't you have, if there were, wouldn't you come? And by the way, obviously, like, it's all there, Sean. Like, there's nothing more to show. So there's not a single instance of a crime. And I told you is that I got investigated by Crim Tax and Maine Justice. I got 6 years of investigation of the U.S. Attorney in the state of Delaware, in the state of, in Pittsburgh, in Baltimore, in the Baltimore field office, in the Philadelphia field office, the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles, the House Ways and Means Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, the House Oversight Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, Oversight Committee, every one of them, and probably a number of foreign foreign intelligence agencies. Not a single criminal act has been even accused of me that is based on evidence from the laptop. So the irony is that the thing that they hang around my neck as being this, this great sin, the laptop, is in actuality evidence of the absolute bullshit of their accusations.
Wow.
So they say that I was engaged in some type of bribery in Ukraine. Now, the person that stated that to an FBI agent in an FD 1023, a confidential informant statement, was then arrested by the same special prosecutor that was prosecuting me, because they blew up my plea deal because you had Congress come to the U.S. Attorney and say, this is bullshit. We know that he was engaged in bribery because we have an FD 1023, a private confidential thing, an informant that claims that he was engaged in bribery and has evidence of it. So they blow up my plea deal, okay, because of that. And they pretend like it was because some confusion as it relates to, I had immunity. Everybody gets immunity when they do a plea deal. Why would you enter a plea deal if you didn't get immunity from the federal government that they weren't going to come back and, charge you with something else? And so they blow up the plea deal and they bring this guy in, the informant, Smirnov. And they bring him in and they say, okay, tell us about this bribery. Tell us about this FD 1023 that you have members of Congress out there waving around as evidence of Joe Biden's corruption. And he basically breaks down and says, like, it's all bullshit. He was encouraged to do so by others. He was encouraged to do so by people in intelligence, in Russian intelligence. That's the story. Go read the story about Smirnov, who's sitting in jail, serving a sentence for lying on the FD 1023. Well, now that story blows up, what do? 3 days before the statute of limitation runs on these charges, they charge me with the things that they had just come to a plea with me on. Anyway, man, the laptop. Once again, there are people out there that have just dined out on this, the laptop. And it's become a kind of buzzword for, corruption of some kind of like, epic, roadmap to the Biden crime family. Tell me, other than me being a evidence of me being a crack addict, what the laptop tells you. Because not a single person that is at least comes from a good place. Like you say, well, 10% from the big guys. Somebody sent me an email about a deal when my dad was not vice president of the United States and when he was not president of the United States, in which they proposed, if that's what they meant, that my dad, the big guy, would get 10% of the deal, of which I never entered into the deal with them and never did a deal with them.
It's funny how those details don't make it in.
And so, all of this bullshit about, like, for instance, 35 former, they harp on all the time. And then it became about free speech. Well, then it became about the big cover up of the story. Remember that? And they had hearings on it. And they after Elon bought Twitter and turned it into X, and they had that that reporter's name come on, and he said, lamented the fact that, the story was taken down, and the reason it was taken down is because the deep state and the CIA and, remember when the story was taken down. In the Trump administration. My dad wasn't president when the story was taken down. He wasn't vice president when the story was taken down. Trump controlled all levers of government. Twitter took down the story because it violated their own revenge porn laws, because it was publishing pictures of me naked with other people having consensual sex, but without my consent, which is an absolute and complete violation of any of the rules of Twitter or even X as it stands now. That's why they took it down. And let me ask you that. Is there anybody that's listening to this, if somebody stole your phone for whatever reason and decided that they wanted to accuse you of other things, but the way they were going to do is they were going to show you and your wife having sex naked in their bedroom, do you think they should be able to do that and put it up on X right now?
No.
And in that, accuse you of other things? Say, Hunter Biden accused of bribery without anything to back it up, but then show a picture of you in a motel room doing drugs, naked, with a woman. Does anybody have the right to do that? Do you think that X shouldn't have taken that down, or that Twitter shouldn't have taken that down? Because I'll tell you what it did is Bannon's a genius, because then that became the story, and that became the cover up, and that became the thing that was the great injustice, which led into the whole J6 thing and the stop the steal part of it. And if they had just let the story of Hunter Biden's laptop come out, they actually that's where how the election was stolen. Is that if the corruption that the laptop proved? Well, I keep going back to. What did it prove? And I keep coming back to, like, the idea, I don't know of anybody that is more informed in terms of the people that they have spoken to than you. Has anybody been able to tell you what Hunter Biden's laptop proves?
No.
I know. And so here I am, 6 years later, Sean, And I'm still talking about a fucking laptop that actually it's not even a laptop. It's an amalgamation of concocted digital material that has been stolen from me over the course of 22 years, and some of it fabricated. And all you got to do is just add a little bit here and there. I mean, that's what Gao did. And there's tapes of it. There's tapes of Gao talking to Bannon the night before the election in 2020, in which he's talking about how they've taken the hard drive to New Zealand and they're manufacturing pictures of me with children in China.
Are you serious?
Yes, there's literal. You literally have Gao. I mean, go to the Mother
You
Jones.
have access to that?
Yeah, go to Mother Jones. It's all unreported, but nobody listens. I mean, literally, there are tapes of Bannon, Gao, and others sitting around talking about how they've stolen the laptop, how they've stolen the hard drive, and how they're manufacturing images because they can do you can say whatever you want at this point. Go listen to the tapes. They're literal tapes.
He was very close to winning outright then and shutting down Trump. That the hard drive from hell stopped his momentum. Then the other thing is the way we drove up Biden's negatives. The only thing that stopped the momentum was the hard drive from hell, right? And two parts of that were Luda's editorial creativity over the pictures, and really the CCP involvement. That's what shocked the American people. Sleepy Joe, he never drove up Biden's negatives. It was only when we got the hard drive and got it to you that in the post. Yeah. If you look, here's where the Bidens fucked up. From the day the Post story came out, and then you started pumping out, we got you the stuff, and you started just dumping it out, and then the internet started picking up, and they suppressed it. Remember, the best thing that happened to us was Twitter and Facebook suppressing it, because then everybody wants to see it. Remember, we hammered this guy every day for 10 days with the worst pictures in the world, drug addict, taking money from CCP, from Chinese spies. No response. Nothing. And the negatives just keep going up because people are sitting there going, I didn't know that about Joe Biden, but Joe Biden, not one person came out and said those pictures are not true, right? Nobody came out and said anything you're saying is not true. Even the wildest allegations, when Trump got COVID and when Trump had that first debate, within that 1 week period, Biden could have put him away. The campaign would have been over. Biden would have won with 500 electoral votes. But they didn't do it, and we were able to stop it. So now, I'm not saying Trump's going to win, but we have a fighting chance.
These are legit?
100% legit. 100%.
I mean, I would believe Mother Jones, but they wrote a hit piece on me that's complete bullshit.
Yeah. So. Well, by the way, the tapes exist, and I will send you the link to the Mother Jones article with the physical tapes that no one's ever denied actually exist. Oh, by the way, with Bannon's partner, Miles Kwok, who by the way is in prison for the next 45 years from stealing over $1.8 billion from Chinese dissidents.
Do you know why this?
He's the one that lit his apartment on fire when the FBI raided it in the Sherry Netherland on Park Avenue.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they raided his apartment. He had the penthouse as a Sherry Netherland, or that one right on Park Avenue, and the FBI came in, and all of the hard drives went up in flames and burned the whole penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. By the way, Steve Bannon's partner, who at that exact same time, Steve Bannon is sitting with Jeffrey Epstein, coaching him about how he can, fool the American people into the fact that he's not really a fucking pedophile. That's Steve Bannon, who concocted this whole thing, who put this whole thing together, and handed parts of it off to Rudy Giuliani. I mean, it's all there. Talk to Noel Dumpy, his assistant. Talk to Lev Parnas. I mean, Lev Parnas says the entire Russia thing, the entire thing about Ukraine and bribery and the corruption of the Biden family. He was the guy that Giuliani literally deputized, that Trump literally deputized, to go to Ukraine and dig up dirt on me. Talk to Lev Parnas. Lev Parnas says it's all bullshit. We made it all up. And we sat there with John Solomon and Ken Vogel of the New York Times and Rudy and what's his name? I'm going to get names wrong and I'm going to get sued. But my point is, it's all there. I'm not making any of this shit up. Bob Costello. They literally went to Ukraine and took a dossier and filmed it with OAN from a guy named Derkach, okay, who was a known Russian GRU agent, and I swear to God I'm not making any of this even remotely up, who's wanted for treason, who fled to Russia and now serves in the Duma in Russia as a Russian senator. He's the one that came up with the bullshit bribery thing.
Are you fucking kidding?
No, and by the way, and this is the thing that drives me insane. You can, it's Rudy Giuliani with an OAN film crew with Derkach, who is literally has been tried in absentia and convicted of treason inside of Ukraine, who has fled to Russia and has made it clear that he is a Russian agent. He was sanctioned and convicted in absentia or charged in the United States for being a GRU agent. That's where Giuliani was getting all of his information. He's the one that told them that Dmitry Firtash wanted to sell Hunter Biden's laptop 5 months before. 5 months before this, what's his name ever existed, the laptop repair shop guy.
Wow.
And I can 100% give you each one of these things. I can give you the tapes of the Mother Jones, of the conversation between Bannon Gal and the 4 or 5 other people that were in his apartment the night before. That's when Bannon says that, you know what we're going to do? When he loses the election, we're just going to say it's stolen. That's what we're going to do. He lays out the entire Stop the Steal effort.
This shit's 100% real. It's
100% real.
It's not that 11 labs that
100% real
or any of that shit.
100% real. 100% real. And so all of this stuff exists, but you know what? Nobody gives a fuck about me in the aftermath of what happened with J6. Nobody gives a fuck about what they did in terms of what I was talking about, in terms of like the complete dehumanization of me. And so then I became the pariah by everyone. Nobody in the Democratic Party stepped up, except for maybe a couple people that like stood by me. You want to figure out who's your friend? Here's another gift that they gave me. I know who's really my friend. Because if you were willing to stand with me, or even be seen with me, or be associated with me with any way for a period of time, there was nothing in it for you. Absolutely zero, nothing. The biggest regret that I have is I allowed them to think that I couldn't be around my dad. Because I would rub off. Because I would bring, by the way, like, for instance, like this bullshit, the cocaine in the cubby hole in the West Wing. We were talking about it before. Like, on what fucking planet am I walking in off of West Exec Avenue with my own Secret Service detail, stopping by the cubby in the situation for that before you go into the situation room, and deciding that I'm going to put a baggie of cocaine into the cubby hole before I make it on my way to the residence. In what world? In what world does that make even the most insane drug addict like sense of anything? But you know how many people fucking believe that? You've had guests on here who come and accuse me of actually that being mine. But that could be, I wasn't even there. You know how much time I spent in the White House? over the course of the 4 years. I'd say no more than maybe 8 to 10 days a year, the entire time that my dad was in office. And this is a family that does everything together. You know how hard that was for me? Not to be there? Just to be there for him. Like, he didn't have my brother. And then and basically virtually lost me because I allowed people people around him that I'll never forgive for not pushing back. And then you start to think, well, you're the drug addict, Hunter. You're the one that put yourself in those rooms. You're the one that allowed those pictures to be taken or took. You're the one that, allowed your stuff to be stolen or lost. You're the one that embarrassed the family. So best just to stay away. Fuck that, man. I figured out, a while back is that was exactly what they wanted is for me to fail, is for me to relapse. I truly believe that what they really wanted to happen is they wanted to make it impossible for my dad to emotionally, even remotely mount a campaign or to govern, knowing that there's only one thing that he cares more about than this country, and as I think everybody should, is their family. It's his family, and I refused to allow them to do that. And I knew there was one way, the fastest way to fail is to not figure out how to be clean and sober for good. But I'll tell you what, they're good at it. And I sit here and I talk about, like, the laptop, or I was on the board of a company, Burisma. You see what they're doing, man? I don't care what you think about anything. I don't know how you can look at what they're doing and the way in which they are profiting off the presidency. Directly profiting and directly. Don Jr. opened up a club in Georgetown called the Executive Club, and he's charging people a $500,000 initiation fee to join the club, with the stated purpose of the club being it was the place where you can come and rub shoulders with the decision makers in his father's administration. $500,000, the second most expensive club in the country.
Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious. $500,000 to join.
So they opened a club.
They opened a club, and on opening night of the club, they had half the cabinet there. Of the club, $500,000 initiation fee for a private club run and owned by Don Jr. called the Executive Club. And they state the purpose. It's the place to go to be able to be with the people that are the greatest influence within the administration, cabinet members. He has a private equity company. Don Jr. has a private equity company. It's just in the New York Times and in the Washington Post and in the Wall Street Journal and in every newspaper on page 14, of which his private equity company has a majority stake in a startup drone company that's never produced a drone. It has 13 or 30 employees. I don't know. They got the largest loan guarantee of $695 million that the Pentagon has ever issued. And that's just one of the companies in which he has his private equity firm is invested that has contracts with the Pentagon. Just one. You want to talk about, they talk about me doing foreign business? What fucking foreign business are you talking about? I had a partner who was Chinese. He was part of a private equity company. And we were going to invest in natural gas in the United States in an industry that I knew of. And it fell apart and it didn't happen. And I worked on the board of a Ukrainian gas company. And as a lawyer, I represented a guy that was from Romania for a 3-month period of time. There's my foreign business. I never had any business with any foreign government, ever, ever. They're building towers in Saudi Arabia. They're building towers in the UAE. They're building they're doing spas and golf courses and residential properties in Qatar. They're building on government property that they bought through Jared Kushner's fucking private equity fund, a government-owned island in Albania, I think it is, and they're doing one of the last public spaces in Serbia, a deal directly with the government. And that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg.
Well, don't forget about Gaza.
And Jared Kushner is has flat out stated that Gaza is all about a real estate play, in which it is the best beachfront property in the Mediterranean. And they're going to redevelop Gaza. And where are they going to get the money to do it? They're going to get the money from the Saudi royal family. They're going to get it from the Emiratis. They're going to get it from the Qataris. They're going to get it from the Russians. They're going to get it from the oligarchs, from Blavatnik, from all of these guys. From Dmitry Firtash, who has been wanted for extradition in Australia and the United States for the past 10 years. And all of a sudden, he's off the extradition list. But by the way, he's doing a deal with Naftagaz and the Saudis and Don, as it relates to the pipeline. As Jared Kushner and what's his name, Witkoff, who has zero experience. Everybody says that I don't have experience. I was a fucking adjunct professor at Georgetown University School of Foreign fucking Service. I served on 19 different boards. I was the chairman of the board of the largest the largest support group for the largest humanitarian organization in the world. I had traveled the world. I had been to all the places that you were jumping from. I've been, not with a gun, but there in the refugee camps and everywhere else. And they said that I didn't have experience. It's a Yale fucking educated lawyer. What experience does Don Jr. have in anything other than being handed a check in an office by his dad? Name one. Jared Kushner had the biggest real estate failure in the history of real estate in New York, when he bought the 666 building on Fifth Avenue. It had to be bailed out by the Qataris when Trump was president. And we're wondering, whether Hunter Biden, I don't get it, man. I really don't. And I sit here and I think well, shouldn't that make you fucking mad? Shouldn't that make everybody mad? Forget about me. Forget about whether you think I'm a fucking, crook or whatever you want to believe. They're doing it right in front of our face. I mean, the New Yorker, assessment of how much money that they've made off of in the first 10 months is $3.4 billion that they can identify. And the increase in the wealth of the Trump family in 9 months. And by the way, it's not like that they're not directly telling us this. And I don't understand. So if I give myself, or give the people that voted for him the widest latitude with the belief that, what you said, is because they gave a shit about things. They gave shit about the prioritization of what's wrong in the United States rather than what's wrong overseas. Of us taking care of vets instead of taking care of illegal immigrants. Of all of the shit that you want me to give them the latitude to believe that that's why they voted for Donald Trump. Shouldn't this make you really fucking pissed off?
Hunter, I've been pissed off for a long fucking time.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I'm not just talking about you, and I don't want to get you in trouble, but I can almost feel the resistance from your audience of this message coming from me. But let me give you this one. He's in the fucking Epstein files, man.
Yeah.
And that's the reason we're not getting them. And it's like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah.
Susie Wiles came out today in a Vanity Fair article. Have you read that?
No.
It says that his chief of staff said that he acts like an alcoholic, and that of course he's in the Epstein files, and that Pam Bondi completely screwed this thing up and totally screwed them all. That's his sitting chief of staff on the record in Vanity Fair that came out today. And what are we supposed to be distracted by? We're supposed to be distracted by the absolute ugliness of someone taking the barbaric murder of a beloved liberal. He's a beloved liberal, but he made like the movies of my that made my generation: A Few Good Men, Misery, Stand By Me, When Harry Met Sally. Like, my God, just as an artist alone, like, Jesus God, let's give the guy the reverence that he's due for gifting humanity The Princess Bride as a movie. And he says that basically he was murdered because he was infected by Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah,
He
we'll
deserved
throw
it.
the tweet or whatever you call it on Truth Social. I don't
Yeah.
whatever that is, we'll throw it up on screen so everybody can read it. I think the response that I saw from that was fucking horrendous. And I wanted to bring this up a little earlier, but you know, when you're talking, because you seemed surprised at what people believe, and I can see how you would think that from your vantage point, from your perspective. But I'll give you the perspective of everybody else.
Yeah.
And so the perspective of everybody else is, yes, you know, we saw, you know, whether they're true, whether they're not fucking true, I don't know. You know, I just don't have the insight, and I'm not the person. I think a lot of people are painting things as fact now that are all complete bullshit. It makes it damn near fucking impossible to find if there is any real truth anymore.
Yeah.
But what we see is we just see corruption that's never corrected, and there are never any consequences. We see Eric Swalwell fucking Chinese spies still sitting in there. We see, you know, we saw all the corruption with Trump, and whether you believe it, whether you don't believe it, whether you think he's guilty, whether you don't think he's fucking guilty, they went at him hard. Nothing happened. Whether you believe the stuff that happened to you, whether you don't believe it, you know what I mean? Whether the laptop's real, whether it's not, it doesn't matter. Burisma stuff, nothing happened. The stuff, you know, when your dad was president, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. I know there's 1,000 of them that people are going to get.
I got to
pissed.
stop you. Sean,
But
I get it.
But what I'm saying, Hunter, is like you never see,
yeah.
you never, whether
Yeah.
it's true or not true, you never see any fucking accountability on the Democrat side, on the Republican side.
I don't
Right now,
disagree.
you brought it up,
Yeah.
the Epstein files.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this shit for I don't know how many fucking years now. And Trump was a big part of that, and the Republican Party was a big part of that. Well, now we got the fucking presidency, we got the House, and we got the fucking Senate, and we still have zero Epstein files. You know, I sat right across from the fucking current director of the FBI and listened to him spew lie after fucking lie after fucking lie to me, not even realizing he was going to get director of the FBI while he's sitting in front of me.
Yeah.
But he did fucking get it, and he told us all what he was going to do if he did get it. I don't see anything. I don't see any differences. So you see what I'm saying, which is just
I know, but
pass the buck, pass the buck,
but
pass the buck. This
Sean,
guy's guilty. This guy's guilty.
Sean,
never. I mean, we just never fucking see any accountability, and so then it becomes the political elite class, the oligarch class, which you are part of, whether you got a lot of money or not. Been in politics for a long time, and you see what I'm getting at. You see people, you see a population of people that are getting beat to shit with
No, the
fucking
most offensive thing that you've ever said to me.
with
oligarch. Oh my god.
with.
All right, I get it. I get it.
You know what I
you're
mean.
saying. I get what you're saying. Is that the perception of that? But here's what I want to say to you. There is truth, Sean. And the fact of the matter is that the only people that are benefiting is how I started off when we started talking 5 hours ago. Who's benefiting?
Them.
Yeah. I sure as hell not.
I see that.
But I'll sit here and answer any question. Like, for instance, let me just like stop you on like one thing. Like Eric Swalwell, that whole thing, bullshit. There is the truth. It's bullshit. It's a total bullshit story.
He didn't fuck a Chinese spy.
He 100% did not fuck a Chinese spy. 100% completely concocted. Have Eric on. Have Eric on the show. And I promise you, it's absolute 100% bullshit. But here's the thing. We are all a victim of our algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you. And so am I. And I'm not like pointing the finger.
No, I'm aware, and I don't.
And that's
take
my
it that
story
way.
about the people that came up to me at the, screaming in my face. But there is a truth, Sean, but who's benefiting? Who's benefiting from turning us all, like at each other's throats of concocting this bullshit? I'll tell you that to begin with, it's our adversaries. And then on the second, it's the people that really control these fucking things. And it's oligarchs, not political people. It is the people that control billions and billions and billions of dollars. And those are the people that are benefiting. 100%. Do you think that Mark Zuckerberg gives a fucking shit about any of this? Do you think that in any way?
No.
I mean, let me point this out.
I mean,
there's a whistleblower. You want to talk?
Just watched every single tech billionaire, oligarch, whatever you want to call them, literally switch from the Biden administration right into the Trump administration. They're all there. They were all bitching about Trump before.
But here's the thing. They hated my dad. What did we do? We brought in the whistleblower. We tried to, I don't have anything to do with the fucking part of it. And I agree with you. Nobody's fucking held them accountable. If you really wanted to be able to hold the social media companies accountable, make them liable like everybody else for fucking killing little girls because they're driving them to suicide. I mean, they literally testified before Congress and a whistleblower and showed how they manipulated the algorithm to send our children into depression and suicidal states. And you know what? They didn't change it even when they were notified of it, and even when they became aware of it, and even when they saw that people were taking their lives, teenagers, kids, they did nothing about it. And we have the facts and the data and all of an actual witness testimony that they did this. What did they do?
Not a damn thing.
And did anyone hold them accountable? Anybody in Congress? You know why? Because the biggest fucking problem that we have in this country is money. Is money in our politics and money in our media. And that's nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to find a common enemy, I don't understand how they don't realize that people are going to pick up some fucking pitchforks soon, man.
Maybe they do realize it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe that's why they're building their bunkers and their billion-dollar yachts and their hidden structure. I don't know. But at some point, I think what I was saying before is that there is going to be this unholy union between radicals that both come to the same conclusion, is that no one can be trusted and everyone is the enemy and chaos is the only answer. Violence is the only answer. And that's what we're being driven towards. Mm-hmm. And I really, truly believe that. But there is a truth. There is a truth about, for instance, Eric Swalwell that I know, and I know to be a lie. There is a truth about, let me give you an example. The fucking case against Donald Trump as it related in New York was bullshit. I think it was a bullshit fucking case. I think he's a crook. I think that he stole documents. I think that was a real case. I think he tried to overthrow our government. I think that he tried for a fucking coup. I think that was a real case. But the case in New York was bullshit. If you're going to charge him, you should have charged about 14 other real estate magnates in New York for the same fucking shit that he's doing. Mm. But what we do is that we allow ourselves to be driven by our algorithms to believe things that just are not even remotely true, and which then we all give up. Like you just said, nobody's held accountable. You know why the Biden Justice Department did not? This is the explanation that I have. Why did Joe Biden not demand the release of the Epstein files if it was such a big deal to Democrats?
I don't know.
The same reason that Joe Biden didn't demand that they drop the prosecution of me, because he didn't involve himself with the Department of Justice. Because as every other president before him, other than Richard Nixon, who resigned because of it, he didn't direct the Department of Justice to do one thing or another. Why didn't Merrick Garland do it? Guess as good as mine. I don't know. But I will tell you this, is that now we're here after we have an FBI director, a deputy FBI director, a attorney general, and several other people that are in his cabinet, and the president himself, who largely got elected through the energy of the people that wanted to have, for absolutely the right reasons, these files released, regardless of whose names were in it. And they haven't released it, and they fought it tooth and nail. And then they had to get legislation, and then they passed the legislation, and he said, don't sign it or don't vote for it. And then he said, go ahead and vote for it. And then we have reports that there's, 100 FBI agents that spent thousands and thousands of hours of scrubbing his name from the files.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Yeah. And now we can't trust anything that's going to come out. Yeah. And who fucking loses? The children. It's not like it's an insignificant thing in any way. And they talk about these, these young women. They weren't young women. Fucking 14-year-olds. Kids, hundreds of them. Entire networks that they developed.
What do you think that was?
What do I think that was?
What do you think this whole Epstein debacle was? Do you think this was
I don't even fucking know at this point. And I really mean it. It's like, I will tell you, is that the only thing that is clear to me is this. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, during a period of his life, were fucking thick as thieves. And Donald Trump has tried to pass this off as being what Palm Beach was in the 90s. Okay? And that may be his view of it. But I've seen enough evidence of Donald Trump and his teen modeling agencies and what he said on Howard Stern about how he can go, he would go into the back of these, Miss Teen USA pageants and, walk up to the girls naked. They were talking about girls when he's talking about doing that. And wonder whether or not Donald Trump in his mind has come up with this concoction that it was all just what they did in the 90s. It was models. I mean, that's what Michael Wolff says. Michael Wolff says that the justification in Trump's mind is that they were models.
Wow.
14, 15 years old. I mean, we have a president that has been credibly accused by well over a dozen and a half women, if not more, of sexual assault. And we're wondering whether or not, as he fights tooth and nail for the Epstein files that all of his supporters demanded be released so that they could nail Bill Clinton to a cross. And he won't release him. Why? Out of the kindness of his heart for the people that may get hurt. Have you ever known the president to act out of anything but his own self-interest? Ever? And so we're sitting here and acting as if, like, okay, I'm willing to believe that people can vote for him and support him and overlook the kind of the personal cruelty of his politics. Because, by the way, according to everybody, Donald Trump is an incredibly charming person in person. He really supposedly is.
He is.
You know, I know that I think he told my dad when he came to the White House, he's like, Joe, we would have been best of friends if it weren't for politics. And so I don't know what kind of sociopathic mind is able to do those things and then the next day say that Joe Biden is the worst human being to have ever lived. And a corrupt, senile, criminal.
Well, I mean, I talked about this with Megyn Kelly too. She talks about her account on I don't know if you remember that whole debacle back a handful of years ago, but she pretty much says the exact same thing.
Yeah, man. And so I don't, it's just where have we gotten to, man? I don't know.
I want to tell you something, but I don't want to offend you.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that makes you look really guilty, and after sitting here with you for 6.5 hours now with the breaks and everything, I find you to be a very genuine person, and I believe you. The thing that makes you look very guilty is the pardon. The pardon from, was it 2014 to what, 2020, 24 or
Can
whatever?
I tell you why?
Yeah.
Makes me look guilty? Is because I was found guilty. And that's what a pardon's for.
But it was a blanket pardon.
Yeah, because you have to be able to go back because the charges stemmed from over 7 years ago. So they went all the way back to 2015 for my taxes. That's what I was charged with. It's now 2025. Those are the crimes that I was pardoned for, in which I pled guilty to not filing my taxes on time and incorrectly identifying business expenses as personal expenses as business expenses.
That is all it's for.
Yeah.
So
There's like 8 different charges for over 2 different years, but yeah, that's what it is. Those are all that the charges are for. And then there's the gun charge that went back to 2017. So it goes back to the beginning of their investigation as it relates to my tax investigation, which was back to 2014, I believe. And so 2024, it goes back 10 years. And that's the blanket pardon. It's for those crimes. And when you give someone a pardon, that's the pardon that you give them. And the reason to give me the pardon is this, in which I make no apologies for anymore, is this. Do you think that under the Donald Trump Department of Justice that I would have gotten a fair shake as it related to what I knew that I would get a fair shake for, which is I believe that I would have won the appeal and that 922 G3 is going to be ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, which would nullify my conviction. And I believe that I would have won on an appeal in the way in which they brought the tax case against me. And during that period of time, however, I would have been under the auspices of the Bureau of Federal Prisons, which is controlled by Donald Trump and controlled by Pam Bondi and controlled by the people that have been saying for over 8 years at that point that I was literally the spawn of the devil. And the demand, even if it wasn't in their interest, the demand from their most vitriolic and hateful followers would have been the same way that they blew up my plea deal, is that I needed to be in jail at that time, that I shouldn't be held on release, that I should be charged with other things, that they really are just letting me off easy, that, I was engaged in bribery, or you don't think that they would have used me if I was under the thumb of the federal government and the Federal Bureau of Parole to silence my dad or silence anybody in my family or silence the people around me? Because that's what they're doing right now to everybody else. And so I don't apologize for it. And then just purely on a human level, my dad's 83 years old. I'm 55. Even if you think that I fucked up, even if you think that I am, there's not a legal commentator in the world that would say to you that as a first-time offender, I would have ever received a jail sentence for a non-violent crime of owning a gun for 10 days and lying on a form, or for failure to pay my taxes on time and take it after paying penalties and interest, full penalties and interest, $2.8 million. That I would end up serving any time. But do you think that I wouldn't have served time? That it wouldn't have been an enormous amount of pressure to do that?
Can I tell you what I think?
And that they wouldn't have been able to violate me on a parole if they decided that they wanted to take a P test and tell me that I was, a junkie? Would anybody ever believe me?
I think that, no, they wouldn't believe you. No, I don't think you would have received a fair trial. And with that being said, I don't think anybody in the Trump family would have received a fair trial.
No, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I do.
I think that we no longer have a fair and just Justice Department.
Tell you what, man, I don't think I won't argue that with you. I won't argue with that with you. And I loathe to think that I'm in any way associated with that, because that's the truth of the matter too, Sean. It's fucked up.
Yeah,
it's fucked up, and that that my dad gave me a pardon. You don't think that really makes me feel like fuck, like I'm the poster boy for that. I'm the poster boy for the elite son of the president who got something nobody else could possibly ever get. Simply by the fact of his birth. No matter how much he fucked up, he got away with it. And to your point, you got these guys sitting here trying to figure out how they're going to fucking make ends meet to make it to the end of the week, and that are getting just got pulled over by some fucking state cop that's giving them a fucking hard time, and they come back and they turn on Fox News or they put on the Sean Ryan show, and here's fucking Hunter Biden. Like, he got a pardon. He got something I didn't. It would piss me the fuck off, too. I get it. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Like I said, I hope you don't take that the wrong way.
I don't take it personally at all. And it's like, literally, it's one of the things I keep coming back to you about, it's like, I've been forced into either deciding that I truly can't exist in any healthy way whatsoever if I gave a shit about what other people think beyond the people that I know that I owe them my respect. And that may be people that I meet, like you, the people that I watch, that I want to earn their respect, like you. Like I said, I don't think there's anybody that I learned in my family that we should respect more than the people that, and I'm not blowing fucking smoke and you know what I mean? Like, oh, I love guys that, I didn't serve. Well, I did serve. I got kicked out of the Navy. But to know that, that's the perception, is that I got to get out of bed in the morning and just try to do the fucking right thing. That's all I can do.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to apologize for, I will apologize for a lot. I will apologize to my family. I will apologize to my friend. I will apologize to the people in the community that I care about, in which, I have a lot of people that I've apologized to. I spent 5 years making amends, trying to make amends. And I still owe a lot more amends to a lot of people that I haven't been able to make amends with, or had the bravery or the courage enough to do yet. And it's just personal stuff. And, but what I won't apologize for is, for things that I did not do, for bullshit conspiracy theories, that the laptop. I won't apologize for Burisma. May not have been, the smartest thing to do in retrospect, in light of the fact that they tried to impeach my father over it. But I'm not going to apologize for it. I know what I need to apologize for. I've done a lot of it, and I still got a lot to go. But God, I hate, and I'm fully aware of every room that I walk in. Like walk in with your guys, and I see that you put together a team of people that are like, they're buttoned up. From the guy that picked me up at the airport to, to Jeremy. Like, they're buttoned up guys. And I mean, you just get a sense in that. And I bet you they don't fucking think that I'm a decent human being before I walked in here. I know I walk into that room with the incredible advantage of incredibly low expectations. Because they not only think that I'm, a ne'er-do-well and somebody that's been given all of the advantages of the world and squandered them, but they also think that I'm sleazy on top of that, and that, I'm a part of the problem. And that's, and it is a beautiful thing to be given the space to try to give them a different impression.
What do you think they think now?
Oh, I don't know. I think that they think that I probably fucking talk way too much, and that they're thinking, when is he going to shut up? Because we want to go home and eat dinner with our families. I think that that's what they're thinking at this point, is that I've just literally tired them out. I've submission by verbal diarrhea. That's what I think they think. No, I don't know.
You know what I think they're thinking?
What?
Motherfucker, we got fooled again.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I wish that I had the energy to go one by one by the people that, I really mean this, the people that remind me of my brother. Anyway.
What would you say to Bo?
Oh, I say it to him all the time. I just talk to him all the time. Trying. One thing that I never, ever, single thing that I never doubted in my life was the love of my brother. Yeah. And he could beat the shit out of me, and I could, we were brothers, I don't know. We fought but never in my life, would ever doubt that no matter what, is that that he would jump off a bridge for me. Yeah, sorry. Jesus Christ. It's been 10 years. I'm still crying over it. But not bad tears. I promise you. It's Like, I feel so incredibly lucky to have that relationship and still have it. I really mean it. I still have it. I mean, that's the one thing that I'm positive of is that I am in my best moments. I'm fully 100% connected to that. And God, I mean, what a gift, you know?
You talk to him often?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all the time. I mean, there's not a day that goes by. There's probably not, you know, and I don't mean in a, you know, in a melodramatic, you know, macabre way. It's just that, you know, I went through a period of time where I did everything in my power to drown out his voice in my head. I mean, I literally, you know, in that period of time, I tried to smoke him out. I couldn't do it. And, but there's never a moment, and I really don't mean it in a melodramatic way. There's never a moment that I'm not having a conversation, you know, and usually, you know, he's telling me to shut up. Yeah. Stop talking.
Have you ever got anything back from him?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I really mean it. I mean, and I don't think this is like, I 100%, you know, and I don't mean it in like some like, cinematic, ghost kind of thing, like my brother's hovering over my shoulder. It's just that his voice is in my head. Like I can hear him talking to me. And I don't mean that it's kind of coming out of left field. It's like when I have a conversation and want to figure out how to do things, it's like, I can hear him kind of, whether it's the echo of it or, and there's never a time that I don't feel, I feel the same thing about my mom, um, I don't think that people leave us. I think that I think that whatever that energy is becomes only discernible to us to the degree with which we are try to tie ourselves in with the rest of the with every sentient thing. I mean everything, and I don't know. I'm getting. People can truly think that I'm talking to ghosts, but no, I really mean it. I talk to my brother all the time.
I talk to him, man.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what people think.
Yeah, no, I don't care. I truly don't. I'm giving you an out to be able to say, well, he wasn't real crazy at that point. But but yeah, I talk to him all the time. I used to write to him in those moments, and just to write it down, and and the messages I get back aren't, all sunshine and roses. A lot of it's tough love. A lot of it's telling me, the only thing, what I hear from my brother is the only thing that'll save you is radical honesty with yourself.
And he's right, isn't
Like
he?
I said to you guys out there, I said, I just don't like, I don't feel like, I hope it is not coming off as like I'm like in any way being like defensive, but I at the same time want to be able to tell the truth. And the truth is that I fucked up a lot of shit. My life, my family, I created in Jake Tapper went on some show and after I criticized him for the book that he wrote, and he said, Hunter Biden is demonstrably a scumbag. I think he used the word scumbag, or sleazeball or something like that, who dated his brother's wife and cheated on her brother's widow and cheated on his wife and abandoned his children, and like went through this whole list of things, and is a known crack addict who who's been a long-term addict, and went through this whole fucking list of things. And yeah, was a crack addict. Showed really poor judgment when I was addicted to drugs. I made real mistakes in my personal life. Never had an intention of cruelty or some kind of venal, I think all of it basically out of grief and trauma and loss and desperation, selfishness to try to fix that, whatever hole was in my heart. But haven't we all? And I really mean this. Haven't we all?
Lord knows I have.
And, I say to people like Jake, you cast the first stone, Like, man, like, who the fuck are you or anybody else for me to judge you? Now, I've had the gift of making it all for everybody to judge. I mean, the gift of like realizing that no one else's judgment defines me. I'm just honored that you gave me the space, and I really mean it, to just spend 6 hours. Because who the else fucking cares, Sean? I mean, who am I? But it really means the world to me that, like, when you let everybody else, but more importantly to me, it was just meant to me be able to sit with you.
Thank you, man.
So.
I think that's what it's all about, man. Redemption and owning your shit.
It's the greatest story in the history of the world. The redemption story.
You got a hell of a story, man.
I still got a long ways to go.
You want to end this with a prayer?
Yeah.
You want to lead it?
Well, the prayer that I always say is the Hail Mary, because I'm a Catholic boy. So, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now at the hour of our death. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Yeah.
Hunter.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
What a fucking interview, dude. Thank you. No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.